The wind whipped her curls around her eager face. "Why are you so late?" "Better late than never," he said, tipping his hat to the exuberant child. When he peered inside the open window, however, Olivia refused to meet his gaze. He had the gall to approach her after last night? Instead, she stared at the fine leather saddle he rode and the smoothly bunching muscles of his horse's sleek flank. Still, she saw enough of him to know he'd slept poorly. He was clean and well-groomed for a man who'd been stinking drunk last night, then ridden 30 miles already today. His posture was erect, and he sat his animal as easily as most men sat upon their dinner chairs. Somehow, it only increased her ire. But for all that, his eyes looked tired and his face weary. Even Sarah appeared to notice, for instead of broadly hinting her desire to ride, which desire she probably guessed Olivia would deny, she took quite the opposite tack. "Would you like to ride in the carriage with us? There's room enough, isn't there, Livy?" 3 sets of eyes turned her way, and it was all Olivia could do not to slouch down in her seat. Sarah, outspoken brat that she was, beamed at her with an utterly false smile of innocence. Mrs. McCaffrey raised her brows and stared, as if Olivia's answer was of particular interest to her. As for Lord Hawke, Olivia did not even bother to look at him, for she knew what she'd see on his face. Triumph. He guided his mount to within arm's reach of her window, and when she did not immediately speak up, he did. "If it is not inconvenient, I would happily accept your sister's kind offer, Miss Bird. Robin here would appreciate it too," he said, patting his horse's damp neck, "for I have ridden him hard and fast this morning." She was trapped, and he knew it. Olivia pinched her lips together. She should have confided in Mrs. Mac. She wouldn't be in this dilemma if the proper housekeeper knew the liberties Lord Hawke had taken with her. But Olivia hadn't told her, and now she must respond. "Very well," she muttered with less grace than she ought. The look she sent her much too forward sister, however, was clearly disapproving. Sarah's eyes widened at once as if to say, "What have I done?" But she knew, the little brat. Within a few moments, the carriage stopped and Lord Hawke gave Robin into his trainer's keeping. When he climbed into the spacious traveling coach, it immediately grew smaller and more confining. That it was more than his physical size which caused Olivia's sudden sense of overwhelming closeness only increased her annoyance. Botheration! But he was the epitome of a rake, handsome, charming, and too overwhelmingly virile for her maidenly sensibilities, and all the while a drunken lout. She was an idiot to be so affected by him, for he was utterly wrong for her. And adding insult to injury, he had the gall to behave as if nothing whatsoever had occurred last night. How dare he? He sat beside her, a good foot of empty seat between them, for she had crowded up against the window. Yet she could swear heat radiated directly from his body into hers. A blustery wind began to clear the skies and also kept the afternoon temperature down, yet Olivia felt perilously close to perspiring. For an hour they rode thus, Olivia railing silently at him, while he and Mrs. McCaffrey filled Sarah's head with Scottish lore. Only when they paused on the crest of a hill and gazed down the long slope into the borders of lowland Scotland did she have a brief reprieve. She was as much Scottish as English, and so felt a tiny thrill as she gazed over her other homeland. "These are pleasant rolling hills compared to the rocky crags of the Highlands," Lord Hawke said to Sarah. "Ach, my mother was a Highlander," Mrs. McCaffrey said. "It's been an age since I've looked upon the snowy peaks of Ben Nevis and Ben Alder." "As the road angles east, we shall begin to descend a bit," he said. The River Tweed runs through a lovely green valley on its long trek to the North Sea." He paused and shifted, and Olivia had the distinct impression he was peering at her. She kept her eyes determinedly focused beyond the window, but a bead of moisture began a tickling trickle down between her breasts. "There are several boats at Woodford Court," he went on. "If you are amenable, one day we can make an outing of it, head upstream to fish, then allow the river to deliver us back home in the afternoon." He paused. "What do you say, Miss Bird? Would you and your sister enjoy that?" Olivia glanced at him, then away. "I would not dream of presuming on your time that way." "It would be my pleasure." Gritting her teeth, Olivia said the only thing she could think of to end this conversation. "Perhaps." Spying Sarah's curious look, she tried to arrange her own face into a pleasanter expression. "Perhaps." But inside, she knew better. She would not be drawn into Neville Hawke's sphere again, nor charmed by his appealing manner. She would keep her emotions firmly in check, for by day Neville Hawke seemed to be everything she could want in a man. But by night he was something else again, dark and dangerous, both to himself and anyone who came too near. And soon it would again be night. As the heavy coach moved on, Olivia stared out the window to where the edge of the forest hid the lowering sun. The sky had cleared to lavender and the air was soft. The sun gave a last glint of gold through the dark shadows of a stand of sycamores. One last regretful glint, then it disappeared behind the towering silhouettes of the trees. Gazing after it, Olivia realized that she was a creature of the day and longed for the sun. But Neville Hawke was a creature of the night. He needed the dark to protect the ugly side of his personality from public view. Light and dark, day and night. Even without his drunken misbehavior, that was enough reason to keep them apart. At that moment he turned and gave her a quick, heart-stopping smile. Olivia swallowed, then averted her gaze. She just hoped she could remember how ill-suited they were during the several months to come. Chapter 16. The last hour of their journey was accompanied by 1,000 stars, 1,000,000. But there was no moon and almost complete darkness. Lights here and there guided them, however, a cottage in a little dale, a public house at a crossing. Lord Hawke had returned to horseback, as this was familiar territory for him, and John Coachman was happy to follow his lead. Beyond her window, the River Tweed glinted, but faintly in the absence of light. Olivia heard the play of water along the near shore, the cry of night birds. She breathed deeply of the cool night air, redolent of spruce and damp and other scents she did not recognize. Her home, place of her birth. Despite her weariness, she felt a mounting excitement. When Neville called out to John to halt, she leaned out the window, squinting to see. "Bart will continue up this road to Woodford Court with the horses. I'll guide you across the river here. It's a shorter passage to Bird Manor." "That's really not necessary," Olivia began. "If you'll just give us directions." "It's no trouble. We cross at the ford just ahead," he said to John. "I'll lead the way." Olivia sat back. High-handed wretch. Sarah immediately took her place at the window. "I wish I could ride," she complained. "I'm tired of being cooped up in this old coach." "Patience, child," said Mrs. McCaffrey. "We're very nearly there, as I recall. A mile at most." Down the shallow river bank they went, holding on to their seats, rocking with the carriage as the weary team picked its way across the gravel ford. "Don't worry," Olivia said. "You will have ample opportunity to apply all that pent-up energy starting first thing in the morning." Shall we go riding then? Sarah asked. Or exploring? Oh, I know, we can ride up to Woodford Court to visit— We shall be sweeping and scrubbing, airing out linens and closed-off chambers, Olivia corrected her. Cleaning the stove, Mrs. McCaffrey added, trimming the garden. If there is a garden, Olivia said. Of course there's a garden. Don't you remember the old knot garden with the herb beds? Your mother used to sit there of a fine afternoon, and you would tuck fragrant sprigs of mint and lavender and rosemary in your hair and hers. Olivia smiled into the darkness, assailed by the sudden remembered scent of rosemary. She did recall that garden. Her mother would laugh, her father would tickle her and James, and tickle Augusta, too. In her mind's eye, she could see that long-ago scene. Her beautiful mother with her fine blonde hair, and her athletic father with his flashing brown eyes and russet-colored mane. How handsome they'd appeared. How perfect in a little girl's eyes. Careful now. Neville Hawke's warning to John broke into her reverie. This bit of road needs some work. You're on your own lands now, he added to Olivia from somewhere up ahead. Her own lands. That meant the maintenance of this road was her responsibility, Olivia realized as they jounced over an uneven spot. Welcome to Bird Manor, she said to no one in particular. 'Tis glad I am to be here, Mrs. McCaffrey said. My bone couldn't have taken another day of this. Are you glad to be here, Livy? Sarah asked. She scooted across the narrow space between the facing seats and sat close to Olivia. Are you glad to be home? Olivia wrapped an arm around her sister. Yes, she said, with more confidence than she felt. I'm glad to be home. Down a narrow road they wended, past a stand of sober trees that rustled in the wind, the river to her right and open land to her left. It all felt so familiar. An owl hooted. In the distance a fox yipped, and another answered. Then suddenly the yellow glow of a lantern pierced the darkness up ahead, a little pool of pale light in the vastness of the ebony countryside, and they had their first glimpse of Bird Manor. They turned into a gravel drive and on into a sort of courtyard, and Olivia was home. Sarah tumbled out one of the carriage doors. In her wake, Mrs. McCaffrey stepped painfully down, but Olivia only sat there, peering out at the house she hardly remembered, and beset alternately by anxiety and joy. She was here, as she'd often professed the desire to be, but she had the oddest compulsion to flee. A dog lumbered around the corner of the stone house, barking, and Sarah immediately called to it. Ah, be careful, Mrs. McCaffrey cried. Get back from that ugly beast! A horse immediately cut between Sarah and the stiff-legged cur. Neville's horse. For a moment she'd forgotten he was still here. Jolted to action, Olivia disembarked from the carriage, her emotions still in flux. Where is everyone? She demanded of no one in particular. I sent word ahead. Neville dismounted. Old Hamilton is growing deaf. That shouldn't affect his ability to read my note. He knew we were arriving tonight. The lantern on the post would seem to confirm that he expects you. I suspect he dozed off while waiting, but I'll rouse him. Olivia shook her head. That's not necessary. If you would show John to the stables, I can manage matters here at the house. He dipped his head in assent, stroking Robin's neck with one hand. Hamilton may not have remembered to hire a girl to assist you. We can manage, if that dog will cease its infernal barking, Olivia added in irritation. She reached into the carriage and rummaged around. Then, finding a piece of cheese, she marched over to the dog, guarding its domain just at the edge of the lantern's meager circle. Come along, enough of that. she cajoled, stooping down to look smaller and less threatening. She threw half the cheese at the mangy-looking creature. The animal jumped back in alarm, but within seconds it sniffed out the treat and gobbled it up. Another piece coaxed it nearer still, and the last portion the dog took from her outstretched palm. "There," Olivia crooned. "You're noisy enough to keep the job, I suppose, but it's plain your loyalties are not to be trusted for very long." When she stood, the animal wagged its tail and looked up to her for more. "He's awfully skinny," Sarah said, sidling up to Olivia. "I think we should name him Bones." "He probably has a name already." Olivia turned back to Mrs. McCaffrey, who supervised the removal of their several trunks and bags from the coach. "Shall we go in?" "Aye, and just wait till I get my hands on that good-for-nothing old man," the stout housekeeper vowed. "I remember him well enough. An old grouch in his prime. No doubt he's an ancient steak by now." She started toward the house with John and the guard behind her, loaded down with luggage. Sarah squatted down in the gravel and began to pet the now docile mutt. Olivia lingered in the open courtyard, however, and peered curiously around her. She felt a little better already. She'd brought the dog to heel. She could do the same with the house and servants, if there were any servants. Last autumn's leaves still rotted in a corner near the door, she noticed, and a vine grew out of control across 3 of the downstairs windows and up the corner onto the slate roof. All tasks she could see to in time. "Do you linger outside for a reason?" Neville Hawke's voice brought her back to the moment. "Yes, but not the one you were thinking," she added, hoping her tart tone hid her sudden nervousness. "And which reason is that?" He shifted to stand in front of her. With the lantern behind him, he became a tall, dark shadow, the silhouette of a man made more dangerous to her by the night, the solitude, and their proximity. The fact that he seemed different here, wilder and in his element, started her already overwrought nerves thrumming with alarm and anticipation. Not at all the reaction she wanted to have toward this particular man. "I linger here because I am overcome by a surprising mix of memories," she said, deciding to be honest, or at least relatively so. "This was my home long ago, and now that I am here, I find myself beset by recollections I suppose have long been buried." His eyes seemed to burn into hers. Then he blinked and looked around the barely lit forecourt. "Memories of your father? You know, I remember him too." He went on without waiting for her response. "I met him several times." "You did?" He raked a hand through his hair. "In Kelso once, and a time or two out tramping and shooting in the woods." When he went silent, she pressed him further. "What was your impression of him?" He shrugged. "A man's man, a hale and hearty fellow." Olivia lifted her chin. "I suppose that means he was drunk." Again he shrugged. "That was my impression." Suddenly deflated, Olivia scraped the toe of her leather half-boots in the fine gravel. "Considering your crude behavior last night, it would behoove you to learn the lesson he could not, Lord Hawke. Were it not for his love of spirits, he would be here with us now." Then, knowing she'd said far more than she'd intended, she hurried into the house. Neville stood in the forecourt, Robin's reins in his hand, and watched Olivia disappear. He had no ready reply to her low-pitched words, so she'd heard about his vile behavior last night, behavior he did not even remember. He'd had to ask Bart, and he cringed now to think of the damage he'd inflicted during his drunken dream, acting out battles fought 4 years ago. Wearily he rubbed the back of his neck. That, at least, explained her coolness toward him today. Her father had been a drunk, and she rightfully cast Neville in the same mode. Nor could he blame her. Cameron Bird had already been part of the barrier kept so high between them. What she'd heard about last night had only raised it higher. He would have to work even harder now to breach that barrier, and the only way to do that was to quit drinking for good, not just in public, but for good. As hard as that would be, as painful, it was the only way to prove that he was nothing like her profligate father, and that was the only way to win her. He paused, staring up at the night sky. Why had it become so important to him to have Olivia, to marry her? This was all Bart's fault. Bart, with his suggestion that the love of a good woman might be the answer he needed. Bart, who even now was probably being welcomed with open arms by Maisie and their several children. Neville let loose a heavy sigh. Whatever the reason, his initial fascination with Olivia had grown into a gnawing need. She was the woman he wanted, the only one. And after all, despite what Bart had said, it wasn't as if he needed her to actually fall in love with him. He didn't delude himself on that score. He was not worthy of her love, nor that of any other respectable woman. But lust would suffice. Lust enough to compromise her and convince her that they ought to wed. If he kept her happy on that score, perhaps she would not care about the rest. "Would you know whose dog this is?" Sarah's voice interrupted his somber thoughts. To his right, in the yellow lamplight, the girl knelt beside the animal. It lay on its back now, tongue lolling with happiness as she rubbed its stomach. He squatted down beside the two of them. "I believe he is the yard dog here. He announces any visitors, keeps other animals away, and cleans up any kitchen scraps." "A yard dog?" Her young face puckered in thought. "Since it's Livy's yard, that would make him Livy's dog, wouldn't it?" He grinned. "It would seem so." She grinned back. "Good! I'm going to ask her if I can keep him." Then her eyes narrowed. "You like her, don't you?" Neville arched one brow. There was no doubt as to whom she referred. "Should I assume whatever answer I make will be delivered straight away to her?" The girl gave him an indignant look. "I can keep a secret as well as anyone." Then she brightened with an impudent smile that displayed her dimples. "You do like her, don't you?" Neville rubbed the skinny dog belly between them. "The question should more rightly be, does she like me?" Sarah's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Do you want me to find out?" He laughed out loud. "No, don't do that. She's suspicious enough of my motives. I don't need her thinking I've corrupted her younger sister." The front door of the manor house opened, and John and the guard trudged out, then toward the stable. Olivia remained in the doorway. "Sarah, come inside now." "Can I bring Bones?" "No." "But what if he leaves in the night?" "He won't," Neville said. "He won't," Olivia echoed. "Now come along, it's late and we're all very tired." Sarah stood up, and the dog did too, shaking himself vigorously, then circling her and beating his rope-like tail against her skirts. "Well, good night, Bones." She looked up at Neville. "Good night, Lord Hawke, and don't worry, your secret is safe with me." Then she scampered off with old Bones trotting beside her. The door slammed in the animal's face, however, and it sat down on the broad flagstone step and stared back at Neville as if bewildered. Neville picked up the lantern and turned toward the barn with Robin and Olivia's 2 hired men trailing him. He felt just like that old dog. There were some doors that would always be closed to him, even if Olivia did agree to marry him. Olivia did not seek her bed until well after midnight, and even then she lay awake a very long time. They'd found Mr. Hamilton asleep in the kitchen, rattling the rafters with his snoring as he sat at the table, his head resting on his folded arms. A pot of soup kept warm on the banked fire and dishes laid out on a serving tray gave testament to some efforts at a welcome. But otherwise, they'd been left to their own devices. Mrs. McCaffrey had been in a fury, quite ready to knock the chair right out from under the hapless old fellow, but Olivia had sent her a stern look. "It appears he is all done in. We can certainly see to our own needs for one night." Unfortunately, the entire upper story of the rambling stone house seemed not to have been touched in a decade or more. Cobwebs hung from the dark, exposed ceiling beams, draping them with dreary gray. A thick layer of dust coated the wood plank floors and gathered in the corners like the filmy clouds of her memory, shrouding the rooms and everything that had ever happened in them. The furnishings, too, were shrouded in dust covers, very likely the same ones placed there when they'd moved to London 15 years ago. As she'd trudged down the long upper hallway, Olivia had hardly known where to start, and on one level she'd been a little afraid. She would uncover more than mahogany tables and rosewood settees in the days to come. But wasn't this what she wanted? Even the bed linens had been musty, but that at least had provided her a starting point. While Sarah had fetched water from the kitchen, Mrs. McCaffrey had wielded an old straw broom with a vengeance, and Olivia had located a trunk of fresh linens. Fresh if you considered 15 years of cedar and rosemary scenting fresh. It was 2 hours before they'd bedded down, Olivia in one of the guest chambers and Sarah and Mrs. McCaffrey in her old nursery, and they'd all been utterly fagged out. Yet still her eyes remained stubbornly open. Tomorrow Mrs. McCaffrey would see to the hiring of at least half a dozen house servants and begin a thorough top-to-bottom cleaning. Meanwhile, she would play steward and check on the stables, the brew house, the animal pens, the fencing, and well house. She yawned. There was also that rutted section of roadway that needed repair. And was the roof sound? And the gutters? There was so much to learn, and so much that required her attention, and less than a week to get ready. It started to rain, a gentle pelting against the leaded window panes, a familiar sound from her childhood, she realized. When she snuggled into her pillow, her nose twitched at the decades-old scent of rosemary. The rain began a harder rhythm, a regular downpour that was nonetheless pleasant. Once more she yawned and felt the wonderful lassitude of sleep steal over her. She hoped Neville was not caught out in the rain. Across the river, less than a mile away as the crow flew, Neville stood in the open window of his study, staring out into the rain. He held a pipe in his hand, though the bowl had gone cold. Still, the pleasant fragrance of tobacco smoke lingered in the air, a fragrance that would forever remind him of his father and his mother, for it was she who had always brought the pipe and tobacco pouch to his father after dinner. An altogether unimportant detail of their lives, until examined over the distance of too many years and too much loss. Would a woman ever perform such a simple, loving task for him? Would Olivia Bird do it? He stared out at the rain and let the steady tattoo of 1,000 raindrops wash through his mind. It drowned out his fears and all his anxieties, and allowed him, for a few moments at least, the luxury of imagining a different sort of life for himself. Olivia greeting him with open arms and a warm kiss, as Maisie greeted Bart. Olivia dousing the evening lamps, then beckoning him up the stairs to the master's chamber. Olivia letting her magnificent hair down, while he unfastened the buttons of her gown. His fist trembled around the pipe as lust rose hot and hard to overtake him. God, yes, he could envision such a future for himself, making love to Olivia, to his wife, until dawn, then falling asleep with her in his arms. A crack of lightning lit the sky momentarily, then left the world even darker in its wake, and he frowned. Eventually he would fill his nights with Olivia, but for this night and the ones just ahead, nothing had changed. He must manage as he always had. Hard work during the day, planning and reading at night, and now his father's pipe. But no liquor. He'd made his decision and he meant to stick with it, no matter how difficult it proved to be. No ale or whiskey or brandy or wine. Not anymore. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled and leaned out past the window into the weather that grew steadily worse. He'd better relight his pipe and pull out the account books, for it looked like a long night ahead for him. A long and lonely night. Chapter 17. Come the morning, with the air washed clean by the overnight storm, the magnitude of the work ahead of them showed more clearly than ever, more depressingly. On the way downstairs, Olivia peeked into the several other bedchambers, the ones she must prepare for next week's house guests. Even the master's chamber, which she meant her mother to use, looked completely untouched since her childhood. Billowing ropes of dust, the faded damask window and bed draperies, and the telltale trail of mouse tracks painted a picture of neglect and, unaccountably, of sorrow. Olivia closed the door to the room that had been her parents' private domain, then leaned for a moment back against the door. When she'd suggested this journey to the estate left to her, she'd not anticipated this assault on her memories, nor upon her emotions. She stared down the hall. One part of her mind ticked off a list of tasks and weighed which to tackle first, then second, and so on. But another part of her examined the strange state of mind she found herself in of late. She'd been fine en route to Doncaster. Once there, however, once accosted by the drunken Lord Hawke, everything had begun to unravel. But that only proved what she already knew. He was a bad influence on her, and if she were wise, she would keep a healthy distance away from him. Not that she hadn't known that from their very first encounter, but in Doncaster she'd allowed herself the luxury of baiting him, and being baited by him. An error, she now saw, caused by ego and pride, and no small amount of righteous anger. But she was wiser now. Notwithstanding those weak moments when she'd gazed upon him sleeping on the carriage seat opposite her. She straightened, then repositioned the pins of her apron and patted her hair, tightly drawn back from her brow and twisted into a bun. She had too much to do to waste time considering her unwise attraction to Neville Hawke. If she stayed busy and stayed well away from him, she would manage just fine. A sharp voice and a sudden crash drew her head around. Mrs. McCaffrey. Then another voice, an angry old man's. Olivia started for the stairs. It was going to be a very long day. What she found was the grizzled Mr. Hamilton, awake now, with a pot raised in his hand, facing down a fiercely scowling Mrs. McCaffrey. Two women cowered behind the old fellow, while Sarah peeked wide-eyed past the irate housekeeper. "Such a shoddy household as I've never seen. It'll be you thrown out on your ear, you old goat," Mrs. McCaffrey shouted. "Get out of my way, and those pitiful charwomen behind you, too." Mr. Hamilton only raised the cast-iron pot higher. "I'm warning you, Bertie McCaffrey. Get away from here. You've got no call to be giving orders in this household. Bertie? Olivia's alarm eased a bit. Mr. Hamilton knew the starchy Mrs. McCaffrey as Bertie? You're the one as hasn't got the right. The steely-eyed woman shot right back at him. Me? I've got every right, he sputtered, turning red in the face. Then, spying Olivia in the doorway, he drew himself up and, with a smug smile at Bertie, set the pot down with a clang. Good morning to you, Miss Livy. 'Tis glad I am to see you safely arrived. Ha! You slept right through her arrival, Mrs. McCaffrey said with a snort. The bedrooms were a shambles, no water, dust on everything. Please, Mrs. McCaffrey. Olivia held up one hand. We've much to do, and casting blame will neither lighten our task nor speed its solution. The housekeeper hiked up her chin, crossed her arms, and shifted her glare to Olivia. Never tell me you're going to ignore this shirker's vast failings and allow him to— I'm no shirker, you old battle. I am in charge here. Everyone drew back at Olivia's unladylike bellow. That she stamped her foot and planted her fists on her hips for emphasis seemed to impress the four servants. From Sarah, however, it drew only a giggle, which she promptly smothered when Olivia fixed her with a sharp look. You may begin your tasks by stripping the bed linens from all the beds, Sarah. All of them, starting now, she added when Sarah opened her mouth to object. Then Olivia turned on the servants. Mr. Hamilton made a hasty bow that looked painful in one so bent and grey. Welcome back, Miss Livy. 'Tis a bonny lass you've become. Olivia graced him with a curt nod. We'll see about that. Who do we have behind you? Mrs. Wilkins was the cook, a beefy but meek-looking woman of indeterminate age, who bobbed and nodded but kept her mouth wisely shut. Mr. Hamilton's sister-in-law, as it happened. The work-worn lass behind her was their niece, a girl of simple mind but willing disposition, who gave Olivia a lopsided grin that revealed several large gaps where teeth ought to be. Millie's grin turned into a muted, "Ouch!" when Mrs. Wilkins gave her a pinch. When Olivia sent Millie to start the laundry fires, the girl scurried off, smiling her relief to escape the tension in the kitchen. Now, Olivia began, Mrs. Wilkins, I'd like you to prepare a soup or stew or some other such this morning, something that will not require too much of your attention. For today we clean. All of us, she added, glancing pointedly at Mr. Hamilton. And so they did. Every curtain and rug was hauled out of doors and draped over fences, clotheslines, and even sturdy shrubs. Mrs. Wilkins sent word to two of her sisters, and by noon a small army of women appeared, each of them eager to earn a coin or two in service at Bird Manor. By mid-afternoon, every window gaped open, spewing pillows and mattresses airing out. One team of women dusted and swept, while another group followed them, wielding soap and mops and scrub buckets. The previous night's storm had dissipated into a fair day, allowing the washing to dry without mishap. Olivia toiled alongside the other women, foregoing her desire to explore the grounds. Only when the sun inched down in the western sky and the hired women began the half-mile trek back to the village and their own households did Olivia pause. 3 of the women are willing to do day work, but I'm still in need of 2 live-in girls, Mrs. McCaffrey said, fanning herself as they perched wearily upon a bench outside the kitchen door. And a couple of lads to see to these pitiful gardens. She fanned harder with the pleated kitchen fan. If I were you, Olivia, I'd give serious consideration to finding a steward who attends a mite better to his duties than does Donny Hamilton. Donny, was it? Olivia glanced curiously at Mrs. McCaffrey. How How long have you and Mr. Hamilton known one another?" The woman's lips twitched, then pursed in disapproval. "Too long. I'd have thought the old coot dead by now. By rights he should have died in boyhood, he was that wild. A hooligan then, and a ne'er-do-well ever since." Smiling, Olivia swept her palm across her damp neck, lifting several stray curls that stuck to it. "The fault lies less with him than with me." Mrs. McCaffrey made a huffing noise. "I'd hardly think—" "Now, Mrs. Mac, how many times have you remarked on the need for a tight hand with underservants?" "Yes, but he's no underservant." "He's had no guidance to speak of from me or my mother or any of her solicitors. Other than the twice-yearly accounting of income and expenditures, we have left him entirely to his own devices." Mrs. McCaffrey snorted. "You're just making excuses for him, and don't think I don't know it." "Perhaps, but I intend to give him the opportunity to redeem himself. If he does his duties well, then he will retain his position." "And if he doesn't?" Olivia smiled and patted the indignant woman on the knee. "Coming back to Bird Manor has been unsettling for all of us. Mr. Hamilton, me, even you, and I suspect it will be especially so for Mother. But in time I believe we shall all be the better for it. This is my home," she added, startled by the sudden quiver of emotion in her voice. Still she went on. "My childhood home. I was happy here once upon a time. I want to be happy here again." "Ach, child." Mrs. McCaffrey covered Olivia's hand with her own red-knuckled one. "You will be. In time you will be." The next 3 days passed in a blur of polished brass fittings and crystal lamps, of oiled wood floors and waxed furniture, of washed windows and cleaned-out gutters and scrubbed-out chimneys and flues. Mrs. McCaffrey commanded the servants with a fervor that would have done a colonel in the Royal Guard proud. As the house began to rise from its neglected condition, Olivia turned her interests to the estate it commanded. Of all the outbuildings, the stables were the best maintained, for when it came to horses, Mr. Hamilton's interest coincided precisely with her own, even though there were few animals housed there. The rest of the grounds, however, were completely overrun, practically a thicket surrounding the house, like the vining thorns around the castle in the childhood tale of the sleeping princess. Under her watchful eye, 3 lads labored long hours, slashing away at dead brush, aggressive weeds, and overgrown shrubbery. They rediscovered slate paths, repaired stone walls, and unearthed treasures Olivia barely remembered, but which Mrs. McCaffrey clearly did. "Come April, these rhododendron will bloom again," the housekeeper assured Olivia. "I hope so." Olivia scrutinized the manor's forecourt. The driveway was at least passable now. The holes and ruts in the carriage court were daily being filled. A few shrubs in the matching cast-iron planters beside the front steps, and the place might actually be termed handsome, she decided, if not by town standards, at least by country ones. The 2 women stood there a few moments in silence while the hum of work proceeded around them. A wheelbarrow squeaked as a young man fetched a load of gravel across the yard. An ancient pony whinnied at the corral, calling to Mr. Hamilton for its afternoon treat. Mrs. McCaffrey's eyes narrowed as the old steward hobbled across her line of vision, heeding the animal's call. "He ought to be ashamed to show his face around here," she muttered. "He's done everything I've asked of him," Olivia countered. "With good grace, I might add." "Huh," was the only answer she received. Olivia flexed her back. She was tired and hot, and she needed a reprieve. "I think I shall take a walk down to the river. I won't be long." "You should take someone with you." Mrs. McCaffrey rose reluctantly from the wooden bench rediscovered in a rose garden grown amuck but newly sheared. "You needn't accompany me. I know you're tired." "I was thinking of Sarah. Where has that child got to?" "Sarah?" she cried in carrying tones. In short order, Olivia and her sister were trekking down the curving drive, accompanied by the old dog, Bones, who'd become as completely enamored of Sarah as she was of him. "He's smart as can be," Sarah boasted. "Watch this." The girl patted Bones's head and waved a stick in front of his face. "Fetch, Bones, fetch!" Then she flung the stick as far ahead of them as she could. Bones watched the stick tumble end over end, then land in the middle of the drive, but he did not evidence any indication of fetching it back. "Smart as a whip," Olivia wryly echoed her sister. "Just you watch," Sarah protested. "You'll see." Sure enough, when they reached the stick, old Bones nosed it around, looked up at Sarah, and yelped once. "Fetch!" she repeated, and he did. Sarah took the stick from him amid much petting and hugging, and even planted a kiss on his graying forehead. The dog wriggled and wagged his doggy pleasure, whacking both Olivia and Sarah with his eager tail. "A stupid dog would run like a fool, exhausting himself on the hottest day ever," Sarah said as they resumed their walk. "But Bones knows how to pace himself. A lesson," she added pointedly, "that you've yet to learn." "So you say, but you overlook the fact that I have infinitely more energy than this ancient mutt, not to mention a world of responsibility." Olivia scrutinized her sister, attired in an everyday dress protected by a sturdy apron. "For all your complaints, you don't look any the worse for wear." As they approached the front gate, Sarah picked up another stick and tossed it clean across the road. "If I never have to hang wet, tangling bedsheets and curtains out to dry for as long as I live, it will not be soon enough." Olivia laughed at the girl's puckered expression. "Should I interpret that to mean you enjoy polishing silverware?" "No, nor brass knobs, nor crystal. Do you know how many crystals hang upon that dining-room chandelier? Do you?" "Well, I do. 168. She heaved another stick. "This isn't even the sort of house that's supposed to have crystal chandeliers." "Be glad there's only one," Olivia retorted. But she smiled fondly at her sister. Despite her complaints, Sarah had been a great help, for the hired women did not dare shirk their responsibilities when the entire family worked so hard beside them. Olivia tucked a stray curl into one of the girl's bedraggled plaits. "What do you say we take a dip in the river?" At once, Sarah's eyes lit up. "I say yes!" They stared at each other a moment. Then in the same instant, both of them made a mad dash across the road. With their skirts held high, their laughter unfettered, and poor Bones baying in their wake, they plunged into the shady grove that separated the road from the river beyond. Olivia had an impression of sycamore trees and holly bushes. She heard irate squirrels and scolding wrens, and caught the fecund scent of damp growth and crushed ferns. She'd tramped these woods with her father years before, and like then she felt an overwhelming sense of freedom in their green dappled shade. She was no sensible, responsible woman here, but rather a simple, happy child. Sarah's laughter drew out her own, freer than it had been in years. By the time they made the riverbank, Sarah a step ahead of her, they were winded, as much by their robust laughter as by their madcap chase. "I win!" Sarah crowed. "Now you must do as I say." "We had no bet." "Coward! Come on, off with your shoes. You must test the water with your bare feet and let me know how cold it is." Olivia needed no real convincing. For at that moment the constraints of social and familial responsibilities seemed as inconsequential as the feathery clouds above them. Besides, she meant to do more than simply dampen her feet today. They were sheltered from view from the road, and across from them lay more forests. With no fishermen in sight, they had the river to themselves, or at least this portion of it. Grinning at her sister, she tossed her shoes and stockings aside, then shed her apron. Sarah did the same. Olivia unfastened the coil that restrained her hair and shook it free. Sarah's brows lifted in surprise, but she mimicked her sister's move. Then Olivia raised her skirts and wriggled out of her single petticoat. With understanding dawning in her eyes, Sarah giggled and slid just as quickly out of her own. They stared at one another in perfect sisterly attunement. "Chemises only?" Sarah's eyes glittered with excitement. "Chemises only." If it passed through Olivia's mind that she was far too old for such shenanigans, she buried the thought in her haste to remove her hot, sticky gown. What harm in an afternoon swim? Who was to see or to care that two sisters frolicked together as they had not done in years? On the opposite bank of the meandering river Tweed, Neville heard feminine laughter, and it stopped him in his tracks. The wind was capricious, rustling through the willows and sycamores that crowded the river banks. The forest creatures were alive with sound this afternoon, twittering, scurrying, chattering. Perhaps it was not laughter at all, but something else. Still, he cocked his head, listening past all the ordinary sounds for the extraordinary one he could not have imagined. It came again, a little shriek, a peal of laughter, and the certainty that it must be Olivia settled over him. It must be her, for he knew now that she had a penchant for river banks. Though a true gentleman would not spy on her, Neville could not resist. Dismounting, he led his horse through the cool shade, following the voices. There were at least two, upstream a short way. Then a flash of movement, a splash, and a shriek accompanied by a child's unfettered laughter drew him to the edge of the willow glade, and to a sight he could hardly credit. Sarah Palmer stood knee-deep in the river, wearing only her chemise, and laughing so hard she could barely keep her balance. But it was Olivia who took his breath away. Olivia rising soaking wet from the river. Olivia with her long autumn-colored hair clinging to her shoulders and arms. Olivia with her knee-length chemise painted wetly to her skin, displaying the curve of her derriere, the shape of her thighs, and, when she flung her hair over her shoulder and turned laughing to pursue her sister, the perfect shape of her perfect breasts. Damnation! The oath whistled past his lips without conscious thought. His eyes, however, remained very conscious of everything they saw. Her arms were pale and bare, her knees and calves as well, and beneath the wet, revealing lawn of her undergarment, the rest of her would be pale and shapely as well, save for the taut peaks of her breasts. Those would be darker, dusky, rose-hued. He let out a muffled groan when she pivoted away from him, denying him a frontal view and a longer glimpse of those pebbled nipples shadowed behind her flimsy garb. When she bent to direct a spray of water at her sister, however, the view of her lovely posterior was just as delectable, and he felt the heat of desire pool low in his groin. He deliberately avoided Olivia for the past few days, allowing her and him some distance from one another. He'd also needed to master the nausea and shakiness that the absence of liquor had visited upon him. But he was feeling better today, and so had decided to ride over to Bird Manor to see how his new neighbors were faring, and make an offer of assistance to them. In truth, however, he just wanted to see Olivia again. He'd been desperate to do so. Well, he could see her now, more of her than he'd dared hope, more of her than was wise, it would seem. His eyes followed her, how she sank shoulder-deep in the river, how her hair spread like a dark red mantle around her. He watched her float, first on her back, then on her stomach. When she rose and beckoned to her sister to venture deeper with her, he shifted from one foot to the other. She was a nymph, a woodland goddess. Were she naked, she could not appear any more desirable, any more delicious than she did in that film of clinging, translucent linen. "Won't let you sink? You were close to swimming when we had your last lesson," she cajoled Sarah. "I don't trust you. James said he would not let me sink either, but I very nearly drowned." "Surely you cannot compare me to our lunatic of a brother. He thinks everything is a joke." From his position beneath a cascading willow, Neville watched Sarah frown. "You promise not to let go of me? Not to let me sink or let my head go under?" Olivia stretched her arms wide, and once more her lovely bosom appeared in profile. And this time her nipples showed, darker and peaked. He groaned in true pain. "We will not even be over your head," she said. "Look, Sarah, you can stand up whenever you like." It seemed to take forever. Neville remained as still as stone in his leafy bower as Sarah slowly waded deeper. Olivia was reassuring but firm, and Sarah grew braver as the lesson progressed. She floated a while, then finally ducked her face and came up laughing. It reminded him of training horses, the same sort of patience, the same sort of affection. When Olivia and her sister finally chased one another out of the river and disappeared behind a stand of lilies and arrowheads to don their clothes, however, it seemed that time had sped by too fast. He blinked, trying to clear his eyes and his head, then with one hand rubbed the back of his neck. Once more he'd played the cad, observing Olivia in a private moment that a better man than him would have respected. A gentleman would have turned away and not stood there gawking. A gentleman would not have succumbed to the wave of desire that rose in him now. "Just strip off your wet chemise and put your dry petticoat and dress on," he heard Olivia tell her sister. "No one will see us, and even if someone should come along, they would never know." Someone would, Neville decided, banishing the gentleman he ought to be. Olivia, sans undergarments, her hair wet and clinging to her disheveled gown. He could no more miss this opportunity than he could cease dreaming about his sweet and starchy neighbor, his prim yet wanton Hazel. So he mounted Robin and began to whistle, and after a moment guided the animal through the woods onto a narrow cow path and out into plain view along the grassy riverbank. Nary a sound came from the dressing grove across the way, and he did not look in that direction. He just kept whistling the same pretty melody he and Olivia had danced to, and guided Robin hock-deep into the merrily tripping waters. "Lord Neville! Shh!" "Hello?" He looked up, feigning surprise at Sarah's call, and Olivia's vain attempt to silence her. "Sarah, is that you? Have you come to fish? You know there are better spots just downstream." The child burst through the thicket, wet and grinning, but fully dressed. "We weren't fishing at all. I was just having a swimming lesson. It's fortunate you did not arrive 2 minutes earlier, for you would most certainly have been surprised to see me and Olivia—" "Sarah!" Belatedly, Olivia stumbled from behind their verdant dressing screen. Her hair was twisted into a heavy, damp rope and lay across one of her shoulders, dampening her bodice. Otherwise, she looked reasonably presentable. But Neville knew she wore no chemise. Why that should send a surge of heat rocketing through him, he did not understand, for she nonetheless remained entirely covered, neck to wrists to ankles. But she had not been just minutes ago, and his new knowledge of what lay hidden beneath all that female frippery, or perhaps because it was hidden, made his heart thud with unnatural violence. Damn, but he wanted her. That her green and golden brown eyes were wary and tinged, perhaps with guilt, only strengthened that reckless desire. She feared he knew, and that he'd seen them. While Robin gulped greedy draughts of the cold water, Neville doffed his hat to the two women. Perhaps he should increase Olivia's doubts, not assuage them. "I heard splashing," he grinned. "Never tell me you two were swimming. Anyone coming along the road might have interrupted you, as I very nearly did." Olivia went pale, her eyes glued to his. Young Sarah blushed. "I told Olivia that might happen, didn't I?" She swiveled an accusing stare on her older, more decorous sibling. "I told you we might get caught." Neville nudged Robin to cross the river, circling around the deeper area where they'd frolicked. "It's fortunate I didn't arrive any sooner." Olivia grimaced but raised her chin a notch. "I'm certain your whistling would have alerted us in sufficient time to preserve our dignity. Come, Sarah, no doubt supper is waiting." The girl hung back. "Perhaps Lord Hawke would like to have supper with us." "As a matter of fact, I was heading over to Bird Manor to see how you were settling in." He dismounted, then handed the reins to Sarah. "Would you like to ride, Robin? I'll keep your sister company on the walk back."
"Oh, yes, thank you."
"Now, Sarah," Olivia protested, but Neville cut her off. "It's all right." He tucked Olivia's hand firmly beneath his arm. "She's an excellent rider, and Robin's a sensible mount. Besides, this will give us a chance to talk." "To talk," Olivia echoed as Sarah leapt into the saddle with the grace of a natural-born equestrian. That her toes barely reached the stirrups was no impediment at all to the girl. "Yes, talk," Neville replied as Sarah took off with a jaunty wave. "Unless there is something else you would rather we do?" Olivia sucked in a quick breath. From the moment Neville's whistling had drifted to them, her pulse had set up a blistering pace. She was as aware of his presence as if he carried an aura about him, of his scent and the heat of him beneath the cloth of his coat sleeve. Even worse, she was excruciatingly conscious of her half-dressed state, her skin still damp, the trickle of a drop of water down the back of her left leg. It coursed down her thigh and over the sensitive skin behind her knee, as arousing as the stroke of a fingertip. Of his fingertip. This time her breath came out in a little groan. "Well, Olivia," he prompted, his voice low and warm and far too near her ear. "Did you have something in mind other than talking?" Somehow she gathered her flustered wits and managed a disapproving expression. "Are you never to cease this useless baiting, Lord Hawke? We are neighbors. We shall never be anything more." "And why not? I don't see why we couldn't come to an arrangement that would please us both." Olivia tugged her hand from his hold and stared at him incredulously. "An arrangement? What do you mean? Surely you can't be—" "I hope this is not your idea of a marriage proposal." One of his dark brows arched up in surprise. One side of his mouth crooked down in a sardonic half-smile. "A marriage proposal?" He shook his head. "You've made your position on my suitability for marriage very clear. No, my dear Olivia, it is not marriage I have in mind, unless, of course, you are so inclined. I was thinking rather of a very different sort of proposition for you. Chapter 18. A proposition. Olivia could feel her cheeks heat despite her best effort to remain cool and in control. The man was incorrigible, even sober. "I hope this is not some attempt to insult me," she continued tight-lipped, "for that would bode very ill for our future as neighbors." "Insult you?" He pressed one hand to his chest in feigned shock. One very tan, very long-fingered hand, she noticed, to her own chagrin. It was not a soft hand. Indeed, it showed the calluses and strength of a man who worked hard. But it was a gentleman's hand, nonetheless, elegant and neatly manicured. With an effort, she forced her gaze back up to his face, only to find devilment lurking there. Devilment and temptation, and a more virile sort of danger than she was wholly prepared to face. She clenched her teeth and focused on the springy woodland ground before her, making determined strides for Bird Manor and safety. 1 step, 2 steps. Keep going forward no matter what outrageous remark he comes up with. Of course, with his long legs, he kept easy pace with her. "It is a business proposition I have for you, Olivia, nothing more sinister than that. Certainly not what your wicked mind is conjuring." She ignored the last part of his statement. A business proposition. She kept her eyes on the clearing ahead that signaled the road and her escape from these green enclosing woodlands. But he caught her arm before they reached the road, and her nervous momentum swung her around to face him. That his eyes glittered with amusement at her expense did nothing to improve her mood. "What is it, then?" she demanded, trying fruitlessly to tug her arm from his hold. "And why can't it wait?" "Wait for what? Until your mother or brother is here to handle it? I was given to understand that Bird Manor is to be yours." "It is." Olivia jutted out her jaw and tried to tamp down her unruly emotions. She must not let him intimidate her, nor work his rakish charms on her. "All right, then. I am not going to bolt, so you may let go of my wrist and tell me whatever it is you have on your mind." For a long moment their eyes held, and she had the distinct feeling of being probed by his intent gaze, of being examined far deeper than merely the surface of eyes and cheeks, nose and lips. Disconcerting as that would be, this was even worse. At least those strong fingers of his had unwrapped from her wrist, letting her reclaim her hand. She stepped back and averted her gaze, but still she felt the imprint of his grip, and of him. He folded his hands behind his back. "I have been aware for some time that your estate here has not been well managed. No doubt you have already discovered the status of the house. The grounds, however, fare no better. Roads rutted, stone walls in disrepair. The hedgerows require upkeep, and the woodlot desperately needs a woodman's eye for selective cutting and clearing to maximize its output." He was right, of course, but still Olivia bristled. "I hope you do not blame Mr. Hamilton for everything. I am well aware I've been remiss in my guidance to him in the past, but I intend to correct that situation." He nodded solemnly. "Do you intend to put your fallow fields to use?" Her fallow fields? Olivia chewed the inside corner of her mouth. He really had come to discuss business, and for a moment she was sorely miffed. But it was a brief moment, and she swiftly regained her composure and her good sense. "Are you saying you are interested in making use of those fields?" He stared at her for a long, unsettling moment. "I am, if we can come to terms." Olivia nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. Which particular fields are you interested in?" All of them. All that I can get," he answered, his moody blue eyes growing darker by the moment. Were they still speaking of fallow fields? Then Sarah called out to them to hurry. He looked up, and that moment of crackling intensity ended. Olivia sucked in a shaky breath, feeling as if she'd forgotten all about breathing these past few minutes with him. With a proprietary move, he took her elbow and guided her toward the road again. Once they caught up with Sarah, prancing Robin up and down the lane as if he were a show horse, he released Olivia's arm. "If you are available tomorrow morning," he said to her, "perhaps you will join me for a ride and we can survey the fields in question." Again Olivia nodded, then caught herself. She seemed to be doing that a lot, nodding agreement with him and becoming tongue-tied and breathless, like a green girl who had never held a conversation with a single gentleman before. She would do better to emulate his business-like demeanor. "Very well," she said with a lift of her chin. "Tomorrow, say 9 o'clock?" "As you wish. I'll bring you a riding mare." Sarah pulled Robin to a halt before them.
"You're going riding tomorrow? May I go along too? What a good idea."
"No," Neville cut in before Olivia could complete her thought. "Not this time, Sarah, but I'll make it up to you next week and take you fishing, all right?" He reached up a hand to help the girl dismount. Though Sarah gave a great disappointed sigh, it swiftly turned into a sunny smile.
"Oh, very well, but mark my words, I shall hold you to your promise."
Olivia was hard-pressed not to gape at Sarah, for she could barely credit her sister's response. Had she been the one to deny the girl's request, Sarah would have pleaded and cajoled all evening, for the child did not like taking no for an answer. But not a word of argument did the scamp give Neville Hawke. It occurred to Olivia that the girl showed a real knack for dealing with men. In a few more years, their mother was going to have a serious problem on her hands. "Till tomorrow," Lord Hawke said, mounting the horse and tipping his beaver hat. "Yes, till tomorrow," Olivia replied in a subdued tone. She didn't realize she was staring after him until Sarah giggled.
"What?"
She glanced peevishly at the damp-haired child.
"You needn't scowl that way, Livy, for I've done nothing to earn such black looks from you. Didn't I just try to save you from being alone with him tomorrow?"
"Oh, really? Well, if that was your intent, why did you ride off just now and leave us alone in the woodlot?" Bones had rejoined them now that they were away from the water, and Sarah bent to give him a hug.
"Your bodice is all wet,"
she pointed out, staring at Olivia's chest and laughing. Then she ran off toward the house with the dog baying at her heels, leaving Olivia to contemplate with horror the wet streak her hair had left across her bosom. The wet streak that had the summer-weight muslin clinging in the most revealing manner to her left breast, outlining every curve, including the peaked silhouette of her taut nipple. "Oh, my goodness," she muttered, jerking her gaze to Neville Hawke's distant figure. Her shoulders sagged with dismay and her mouth turned down in despair. Somehow she always came off the worse in her dealings with Neville Hawke. Somehow she always felt gauche or naive or simply stupid. With her fists knotted, she started across the road and stalked down the uneven driveway. Well, he would not catch her unawares tomorrow, she vowed. She would be perfectly groomed, perfectly attired, and perfectly prepared for his perverse combination of charm and danger. She would listen to his proposal for the fields he had his eye on, but she would not be pushed into any hasty decisions. Then it occurred to her that 9 o'clock was awfully early in the day for Neville Hawke, considering his strange nocturnal habits. She stomped into the kitchen with her wet chemise balled in her hand. It would serve him right to rise so early, she decided. She didn't care if he was exhausted during their ride, with eyes burning from lack of sleep. She would be all business, and the first thing she must do to prepare was consult with Mr. Hamilton. Neville made sure to arrive early, for he wanted to be invited in for breakfast. It was not that he wished a second morning meal, rather he wanted to see Olivia in her role as lady of the house. But as if she had anticipated his actions, she was already outside in the forecourt, instructing old Tarrant McCade and his middle grandson about the layout for a wheelbarrow full of ivy cuttings they were to add to the barren flower beds flanking the manor's front entrance. She was dressed in a proper riding habit, a teal-colored muslin simply adorned with brass buttons and decorative stitching along the collar and cuffs and down the front of the bodice. Around her throat she'd knotted a filmy scarf in a creamy color that somehow emphasized both the graceful length and slender delicacy of that portion of her anatomy. Her bountiful hair she'd caught up in an artful knot at the back of her head, though how that silken mass defied gravity was quite beyond his ken. As he sat his hunter, taking advantage of her ignorance of his presence, he was struck by the image of him freeing that delicious length of hair, of him tumbling the warm, springy mass down her back and filling his hands with the gleaming strands, of weaving his fingers through it and flinging aside pins and combs and that ridiculously cocky little hat perched over her brow. So real was the image that his brow beaded with sweat. He shifted restlessly in his saddle, and it was at that moment she looked up and spotted him. The impact on Neville was powerful enough that even his animal felt it, for the horse skittered backward and half-reared before he could settle him down and proceed forward. Olivia made some last remark to old McCade, then turned to face Neville. She looked so cool and collected, it only increased his agitation. He would never make it through the morning if he began it in such an inappropriate state of physical arousal. "Good morning, Lord Hawke." Her smile was bland with no hint of her thoughts showing. "Aren't you the prompt one?" She freed her riding gloves from her waistband and began casually to don them. "I'm afraid when I suggested 9 o'clock that I'd forgotten your penchant for sleeping in. I do hope my own early habits have not inconvenienced you too badly." Her thoughts weren't showing, but her claws plainly were. Neville smiled, more sure of himself now, and he leaned forward. "Is it a truthful answer you want, Olivia, or would a banal pleasantry suit you better?" Her eyes narrowed, just a fraction. Then she seemed to grab hold of her temper and tamp it down. Again she gave him that utterly false smile. "Why, the banal pleasantry, of course." She shifted her gaze to the mare he'd brought for her to ride. "What a pretty animal! Tell me about her." And so they began their morning tour of her fields, with her obviously determined to keep their conversation remote and focused entirely on the business at hand. Meanwhile, although Neville remained equally intent on the business of obtaining the leases he sought, he intended also to batter down the walls of her reserve, for he knew they were not so strong as she would like to pretend. He didn't quite understand what drove him, or why she had become such a challenge to him, one he apparently was unable to resist. But as they followed a rutted cart path that ran beside the vine-covered spring house, then past a half-dozen sadly neglected beehives, he accepted the challenge as fact. If there'd been any last lingering doubt in his mind, yesterday's inspiring view of her as a water nymph had banished it completely. He meant to have Olivia Bird to wife, and pursuing the land leases gave him the best opportunity to court her. If she could see him in a better light, as a careful and responsible landowner, it might soften her view of him as a cad of her father's ilk. "You have a very nice estate here, Olivia. Enough fertile fields to provide a good crop for the house and for your people, pasture enough to run your own livestock or lease it out. fishing rights to a substantial portion of the prettiest river in the borders. Yes, it is very fine, or it could be, and don't forget the hunting park, she added. The hunting park, he echoed, grinning. Perhaps down in the south of England they're called parks, but I'd better term it a forest, rugged and wild, as is everything in Scotland. That drew a sidelong glance from her, and for a moment their eyes locked together. But she swiftly looked away and returned to her interested perusal of everything they passed. "Where is the northernmost boundary of Bird Manor, do you know?" Neville gestured with his left hand. "Up that long hill, then down to a narrow creek. Would you like to see it?" She shook her head. "Perhaps another time. Do you know where the best grousing fields are?" "Just beyond that last overgrown pasture." "The field you want to run your flock on?" "The very one." She was silent a moment. "I should think your sheep would not like shooters so nearby." "Sheep are rotated, Olivia, from field to field. If you overpopulate a field, the pasture gets cropped too low, down to the roots, and eventually the crop is depleted. With more fields to rotate my flocks through, I can increase the number of sheep. During the hunting season, I will keep them in fields sufficiently distant from the shooting. I wouldn't want some drunken fool mistaking my animals for a deer or boar," he added. This time her gaze met with his and held, and he realized he'd given her just the opening she wanted. "And you, of course, are well acquainted with the proclivities of drunken fools." He grinned. "Touché. But, Olivia, I have over-imbibed but once in your presence. Do you plan never to forgive me for that single transgression?" She did not smile back. "One transgression?" Her russet brows arched. Neville shrugged, but maintained his good humor. "Are you speaking of our several kisses now? For if you are, I must confess that I will never be able to consider those 3 kisses as transgressions. Not when—" "4," Olivia interrupted, her lips pursed in disapproval. "Not 3, but 4, and I do think of them as transgressions." "But you participated so eagerly," he countered, "and there were only 3. Near the stream in Doncaster, at the town dance, and in the Cummings's garden." Her frown deepened, and anger flashed in her eyes. "What of that last night of our journey, at the Bull's Manger in Prudhoe? You forget to mention that kiss." "What?" He stared at her. "What are you talking about?" "Oh, so you have forgotten. No doubt you were too drunk to remember, but I remember it very well." Neville's chest was suddenly tight, and the pounding of his heart seemed to reverberate through his entire body. Once before they'd discussed his behavior of that night, but she'd said nothing about him kissing her. Had he kissed her? He couldn't remember. Had he done anything more than merely kiss her? He was afraid to find out. All he could remember of that night was that he'd been exhausted and plagued by dreams, and though he'd vowed to avoid strong spirits, that night he had weakened. The next morning he'd been appalled by the destruction he'd caused. But he did not recall kissing Olivia. He didn't remember seeing her at all that night. Then again, he didn't remember smashing those chairs or the table. She must have seen the confusion on his face, for her expression grew colder still. "You don't remember. You were that drunk." Neville beat back a sudden wave of panic. Once or twice before, he'd had this total loss of memory after a night of drinking, and it was terrifying. Was he going mad? The answer, though clear, was painful to face. If he was going mad, it was due to the vast quantities of alcohol he consumed. But if he stopped drinking, he could stop the madness. If he could stop drinking for good. He looked over at her, but she stared straight ahead, concentrating on her horse and the overgrown cart track. He cleared his throat. "I understand now why you have been so cool to me of late. If I offended you with my behavior in Pruto, then I beg your forgiveness. You are right that I do not remember the details of what happened that night." He swallowed the bitterness of that admission and went on. "But I promise you, Olivia, that you see before you a reformed man. I have sworn off all drinking, all wines and ales and strong spirits. If I did not have sufficient reason before to stop, you have just given it to me." But she would not look at him. She urged her horse off the cart track and into an open pasture, heading toward an old Roman stone wall. "I don't believe you, Lord Hawke. Certainly your inability to rise before noon indicates a long-standing habit of drinking away the night, though perhaps you are too drunk to remember most of the time." He caught up with her and edged his horse near enough that his knee bumped hers. "I am up before noon today. Besides, my sleep habits have nothing to do with drinking." Though their discussion had taken a turn into the treacherous territory of why he could not sleep at night, he forced himself to continue. "I have been an insomniac for several years. Whether I drink strong spirits or not, my nights remain sleepless." Finally, she turned toward him with eyes that were steady and very, very green. "Why?" This was not the conversation Neville wanted to have with her. None of it. Unfortunately, there was no way to avoid her question, not when her attention was turned so fixedly upon him. Fortunately, an old military rule rescued him. When retreat was impossible, the best policy was to attack. He would attack with the truth, or at least one version of it. He looked away from her and stretched the silence to a breaking point before responding with somber words. "My experiences in the war haunt me. My guilt tortures me." "I see." She considered that. "I wondered if it might be related to that." They had halted the horses in a patch of heather, and he shifted in the saddle, then met her eyes once more. There was less condemnation in her expression now, and a little crease had formed between her brows. "I don't like to speak of it," he continued. "That much certainly was true. I'm sure you understand." She nodded, but her eyes searched his, and it struck him, oddly enough, as being a more intimate connection than any other interaction they'd had. Even their several kisses paled next to this personal, probing stare. "Perhaps," she said in a voice devoid now of any artifice, "perhaps you might find ease in speaking to others about these troubling memories of yours." A faint sheen of sweat broke out across his brow. Speak of it? Of his failure and the subsequent death of so many of his comrades? The very idea of her ever learning the truth about him turned Neville's blood to ice. "I think not." His response sounded too curt. It came too fast. "Yes, but that could be why you drink so much." He jerked his horse around and started up the hill, effectively cutting her off. "If you want to see the rest of your estate before the clouds break over us, we'd better be going." Olivia stared after Neville, a little stunned by his sudden rudeness. Then again, she supposed she'd been rude to throw his poor behavior in his face. Could he truly not remember? Apparently so, for he seemed genuinely shocked to learn of it, and now she'd upset him further with her inquiries about his insomnia and his war experiences. No doubt he saw it as an admission of weakness, but she did not see it so. From what she'd heard of the campaign in Ligny, it had been a bloody mess. Too many men had not come back, or had done so crippled or blind or otherwise maimed. Leaning forward, she urged her mare on, her eyes fixed upon the broad and rigid shoulders of the man ahead of her. A little jolt of guilt snaked through her. Perhaps she was being too hard on him. Perhaps she should be more understanding, given all he'd been through. And though she should not, the truth was she wanted to know more about the nightly tortures he suffered, the ones he tried to numb with excessive amounts of alcohol. She picked her way up the twisting hill, her mind all the while spinning. If he would just talk about it, he would surely feel better. If he could just cry, though she knew he would scoff at the idea. But she understood, as did most women, how much relief could come from a good bout of tears. At the crest of the hill, he turned slightly, just enough to make sure she still trailed him. It was enough also for her to see that he had composed himself once more, that he had beat back all his painful emotions and covered them with the arrogant veneer he wore so well. In spite of all she knew about him, that touched something in her heart, something she instinctively knew was dangerous. "Oh, no," she groaned, swiping at a limp curl that clung to her damp brow. Bad enough she found him physically attractive, intellectually challenging, and dangerously intriguing. To see him vulnerable as well could nigh well be fatal to her feminine composure. No matter his reasons, she reminded herself, he was still a drunk. No matter his wounds, he was far too much like her father. Indeed, it was on account of those wounds that he played the role of rogue so well. Rogue, rake, man about town. He was not looking for marriage, and even if he were, it would certainly not be the comfortable sort of marriage she sought. He was a heartbreaker, pure and simple. She'd seen his kind in action before, and warned several of her friends away from them. Even her mother, married though she'd been, had suffered a broken heart long before her second husband had died. Olivia knew all that, and so she had assumed herself immune to men like Neville Hawke. She'd never imagined herself in danger from his kind. But she was definitely in danger now. Ahead of her, Neville had paused and sat his horse at the crest of the hill. He made such a picture silhouetted against the turbulent sky. But Olivia vowed not to be swayed by the manly vigor and masculine beauty he wore with such nonchalance, for beneath it lay too much tragedy. He was not the man for her. Everything sensible in her nature proclaimed it so. Her purpose today was to hear his proposal to lease her fallow fields, that was all. He needed the use of her property. She needed his money. That was why she'd come. That was why she remained, and empathy had nothing to do with it. Nor did desire. This was about business, nothing more. Neville's thoughts circled around the same subject as Olivia's, although with a decidedly different attitude. He'd anticipated that she would try to keep this outing as businesslike as possible, and he'd not been entirely opposed to the idea. For a variety of reasons, she saw him as unsuitable, and he meant to prove her wrong. He wanted her to see that he took seriously his responsibilities to his lands and the people who worked it, just as he would take seriously his responsibilities as a husband. He'd not expected her to confront him about his drunken excesses in Prudhoe. Had he done more than kiss her? God, he could not remember. Then she'd again brought up the subject of his insomnia, and to his chagrin he'd not responded well. But he was calmer now, and in control once more. He glanced back at her as she came up the hill. The woman was too perceptive by half, too forthright, too opinionated. But then that was part of her attraction. She viewed life, or at least society life, with the same jaundiced eye as he did, and he knew instinctively that she would be content in these Scottish hills. He watched her guide her mount up the hill, a graceful equestrian despite the awkwardness of the side saddle required of proper ladies. In truth, She was everything a man could desire in a woman, save submissive. Yet even that might be possible, he decided, under the right circumstances. Though it was unwise in the extreme, he had the sudden and compelling need to make her submit in some manner to his will, in one manner in particular. He dismounted, and when she reached him, caught her horse's reins. "Let me help you down." When he reached up to help her, her eyes flashed in quick alarm. "Why are we stopping here?" "I want to show you something." He kept his raised arms steady. "I'm sure that's not necessary." "Oh, but it is. You've been away from these parts a long time. You were but a child then. If you hope to steward this land wisely, it behooves you to get to know it again, intimately." His eyes remained on hers, which were green today, he noted. Green with a compelling rusty cast, like cypress trees in the fall. Her eyes always seemed greener when her emotions ran high. So why were her emotions running high right now? He had a strong suspicion he knew. "You do want to steward your lands wisely?" he prodded, not changing his stance. She grimaced, then forced a half-hearted smile. "Of course I do." Albeit reluctantly, she unhooked her knee from the high pommel-horn, then leaned toward him. He'd won this round, he thought, holding back his smile. But when her fingers touched his shoulder, when his two hands wrapped around her narrow waist, Neville was struck painfully with a new truth. He had not won. He had not won any battle with her at all. Instead, he had just jumped into water way over his head, and he was sinking like a 50-pound gritstone, and the only thing that could keep him afloat was her. He wanted Olivia Bird to be his. He needed her to be his, and he would do whatever it took to get her. So he lifted her down, reveling in the firm weight of her. He did not release her when he should, however, and when the color rose in her cheeks, when she made a weak effort to remove her hands from his shoulders and move out of his grasp, he did what he'd wanted to do for days now, what he wanted to do every time he laid eyes on her. He dipped his head, staring at the shocked little O she made with her perfectly luscious mouth. He dipped his head, and he kissed her. Chapter 19. Olivia wanted Neville to kiss her. No use to deny it. She'd wanted it from the moment he appeared in the forecourt at Bird Manor, so tall and virile in his buff-colored breeches and dark blue riding coat. She hadn't wanted to want his kiss, but she'd wanted it all the same, that lovely, warm, tingling sensation like before, half fear, half joy. Even the panic he'd roused in her when he'd fondled her breasts that time had become a perverse sort of desire, a longing for something she should not want at all. But now, as his head dipped toward hers, she let out a guilty little sigh. "At last," that sigh said. At last. Except that the remembered thrill of their previous kisses was nothing close to the powerful reality of this kiss. The fire of then was lukewarm compared to the conflagration of now. His mouth, so firm upon hers, was not tentative. There was no request in this kiss, but rather a demand. Everything in Olivia that was sensible bade her answer that demand with a proper and resounding no. But everything in her that was sensible fled, dissipated like smoke in the wind at the first touch of his lips to hers. And when one of his arms dragged her body flush against his, and his free hand cupped the back of her head and held her steady against the onslaught of his very thorough kiss, what little sense she had of right and wrong, of proper and improper, disappeared. He kissed her like a starving man, and she kissed him right back as if she wanted him to feast upon her, which was precisely what she did want, and precisely what he proceeded to do. Behind her, the mare whickered as if confused by whether to stand and wait or browse and nose around for the nearest stream. But Olivia did not care what the mare did. Neville nipped her lower lip and slid his tongue along the seam of her mouth, and she opened to him eagerly, gratefully. His tongue delved deep and met with hers. His mouth shifted, and hers did also, fitting them better, closer. Their bodies moved in a hot, slithering shifting that, despite the layers of garments between them, roused every surface of her skin. Her nipples peaked, her stomach clenched, and deeper, in places she'd rather believe did not exist, heat welled up, damp and quivering. She let out a helpless little moan and clutched his longish hair in her hand. As hard and firm as he was, his chest and thighs and arms, she found his hair to be soft as silk and warm like everything else about him. "Let me show you," he repeated in a hoarse whisper. His lips moved in a hot trail against her mouth and cheek and down the side of her throat. "Yes," she breathed, arching back shamelessly. Could this wanton creature really be her? She wanted him to touch her aching breasts. She wanted him to ease this mad need that rose up inside her. "Over here." He walked her backward, his knee sliding between her thighs with every step, a braiding skin that had never known more than her own nonchalant swipe as she bathed. That daily ablution had roused no sensation at all, save that of cleanliness. This, however, his rough caress, casual and yet intense, and entirely uncontrolled by her, this ignited an inferno in her belly. Back they went, step by step, her head thrown back, his lips at the base of her throat, his right leg shoved rhythmically between her thighs, and Olivia could do nothing but surrender herself completely to the madness of it. To her shame, she even opened her legs a little wider, granting his muscular leg easier and deeper access. Then she came up against a tree. His lips found hers once more, and he pressed his full weight against her. Her arms were already around his neck, but now she felt the most perverse urge to wrap her legs around him as well. She went so far as to raise one knee, allowing him to fit his lean hips completely to hers, and she felt the hard pressure of his manly arousal. She gasped at the stunning impact of that intimacy, but with oxygen came the first glimmer of returning sense. "Oh, my God!" Neville felt Olivia stiffen, but he ignored any sign of her resistance. He wanted her, he had to have her, and since he meant to marry her, since his intentions were ultimately honorable. When she turned her head aside, he nipped her earlobe, then circled his tongue inside her delicate shell of an ear. At once her resistance melted away, and he felt the heated pliancy of her delectable body. Like a goad, it urged him on, inflaming him beyond the bounds of all reason. Every torturous night, every exhausting day, every lonely moment of the past 4 years seemed to have brought him to this moment, to this woman. It was an illogical thought, a mad thought, yet it filled Neville with a conviction he could not shake off. "Olivia." He breathed the word against her neck, and she turned her face up to his. For a moment only their gazes met and held, one long moment of utter truth, stripped down to its purest form. He wanted her, and she wanted him too. Then she murmured his name, Neville, and their course was irrevocably set. He caught her lips in a kiss of no return, of no going back, only forward. There was no restraint left in him, only the most basic need. Chest, loins, and legs, they strained together. His lips forced hers apart, his tongue tasted deeply of her. But she was a willing receptacle to his lust. Her arms circled his neck and her leg came up again around his thigh. He caught her knee, lifting her leg higher still and thrust convulsively against the vulnerable warmth of her. Every one of their encounters had led them to this. Every one had been but an exquisite form of foreplay, he now saw. Their anger, their misunderstandings, the taunting and baiting between them, their dancing, the restraint of the cotillion, the unabashed sensuality of the waltz. Even the long journey to get here and their enforced proximity had only heightened this raw need they shared. But there was no restraint now, and no turning away. He took complete possession of her mouth, delving deep, mirroring the thrust of his pelvis against hers, and she strained for more. One of his hands cupped her derriere, and through her bunched skirts he stroked the cleft of her femininity. She gasped and whimpered, but it was a whimper of need. Somewhere beyond them the heavens boomed approval, a long, rumbling accompaniment to his thunderous pulse and throbbing body. The wind whipped around them, tangling her loosened hair in his hands. The tree that supported them shook its leaves over them, and Neville felt like one with all the elements, for this was nothing if not elemental. The mating of man to woman, of a man to his woman, the one woman in all the world meant to be his. He loosened the front buttons of her riding habit, then slid his hand in to cup her breasts. Against his lips she let out a strangled cry. Of protest? No, for between his finger and thumb her nipple hardened with need. Her breath came in shallow gasps, urging him on. At once he laid her down on the springy grass, flinging the sides of her bodice wide. Though her camisole hid her from view, the soft mounds of her breasts enticed him all the same. "Neville," she stared up at him, the perfect picture of wanton woman and innocent lady, of desire and hesitance. He vowed to rid her of any doubt. "You are so beautiful," he murmured. "So perfect." He kissed her again and covered her body with his own. As before, she responded to the kiss, and when he began to knead her breast, she shifted with restless desire. He shifted too, for his arousal had become painful, and he raised her skirts, sliding his palm up the side of her smooth thigh. Again she moved in restless longing. He thrust his hips against her in response. He was about to burst, but she was an innocent, he reminded himself. He must be certain she was ready. So he slid his hand between them and found the moist center of her desire. "Soon enough," he said, trailing the words and kisses across her cheek to her jawline, then down to her throat, and all the while he stroked that wet, warm place. "Soon enough, Olivia, my lovely Hazel." She moaned with his every stroke, urging him on. Her eyes were closed now, her mouth partly opened, and as he stroked the rising nub of her desire, she began to pant and quiver. Despite the urgent demand of his own arousal, he watched her, entranced. "Do you like that, love?" He moved his finger back and forth a little faster, a little harder. "Yes. Oh.
"Ah, damn,"
he muttered, struggling to tamp down his own desire even as he worked to increase hers.
Oh, oh,
she panted. Then with a little shriek she bucked up, and against his hand he felt the convulsions in her belly.
oh, oh.
Neville watched in rapt fascination as she shuddered with her release. Color flooded up her chest and neck, and she sucked in huge draughts of air. For a moment her eyes opened and fastened upon his, those beautiful hazel eyes, glazed now with sexual fulfillment. Then she blinked. The glaze began to clear, and at the same moment, with a roar of fiendish delight, the heavens opened up over them. Bloody hell! Neville tried to shield Olivia with his body, but there was no way to avoid the fierce onslaught of the storm. She gasped and turned away from the blinding assault of raindrops. Neville rolled her to the side, facing him, but she shoved him back, trying at the same time to close her bodice, pull down her skirts, and rise to her feet. She failed at all three. Nonetheless, her frantic movements managed to convince Neville that their interlude was done. He cursed his wretched luck even as he pushed to his feet. Then he caught her by the elbow and helped her up. "Come on, we can shelter beneath these willows."
No.
She stared at him, her eyes huge. Then she jerked her arm free, averted her eyes, and fumbled with her already drenched bodice. The pounding rain made her awkward, blinding her eyes and dragging the skirt of her riding habit close against her legs. "Bloody hell," Neville muttered, but he turned away, giving her some privacy. Sheltering his eyes with his hand, he collected the two nervous horses and led them beneath the thick, overhanging willows, then looked back at Olivia. She was staring at him now, and even through the downpour he could tell she was appalled by what had just happened, and that she wanted desperately to escape his presence. That, more than anything, stiffened his resolve. He might yet be bursting with unfulfilled desire, with no hope of easing it now, but he would be damned before he allowed her to ignore what had just passed between them. A jolt of thunder crashed over them, and Neville's hands tightened around the reins when the horses jerked. Olivia also cringed, and with no other choice, she joined him beneath the willows. "We'll wait here a while," he said. "The storm should pass soon." Then he extended an arm. "Come here, Olivia. Let me shelter you." She wrapped her arms around herself, but advanced no nearer him.
"I don't think that—"
She shook her head, the picture of abject misery.
"That should never have happened."
Neville had no intention of letting her get away with such thinking. He looped the reins around a branch, then faced her in the dripping shelter of the trees. "What happened just now was inevitable, Olivia. It's been inevitable since our very first meeting. But for the rain, we would have fully culminated this attraction between us."
"Is that why you lured me up here?"
She stabbed him with her accusing gaze.
"That was your plan all along, wasn't it? You do not want any land leases from me."
"You're wrong. My intentions were honest on that score, and they remain honest. I want those land leases. But now—" He thrust a hand through his dripping hair. "I had not intended to address this matter so soon, but there seems to be no helping it." He took a breath and stared intently at her. "I believe we ought to be wed." Just saying the words out loud was unnerving. Olivia's stunned silence did nothing to reassure him. She stared at him as if she had not heard him at all, or wished she had not. "Well?" he demanded, as aroused as ever, for her garments clung to her like a second skin, covering all, yet revealing everything. "Have you no response to what I said?" Olivia could hardly believe her ears. She was hard-pressed to believe anything that had happened in the last quarter hour. The liberties he'd taken with her person, the liberties she'd allowed and indeed encouraged, and then that earthquake inside her. She quivered to even recall the power of her response. It was that unbelievable, and now he was proposing marriage.
If it is the land leases you want, she stammered, you can have them.
It's not the leases I'm speaking of. It's marriage, after what has just passed between us.
No!
She shook her head and backed away.
No! You will not force me!
She broke off. God in heaven, what had she done? How could she allow him such unimagined liberties and yet refuse to marry him? It was unheard of.
Oh, my God,
she moaned.
I must get away from here.
She started out into the rain, but he followed. Olivia, wait. You can't run away from this.
I'm not running away.
She spun around so abruptly he had to catch her by the shoulders to prevent himself from colliding with her. But he let her go at once. Damn him for being so completely reasonable when she was spinning quite out of control.
I'm not running away, she repeated. But unlike you, I cannot turn my emotions on and off.
He met her accusations with a pained expression. I assure you, my emotions are not turned off. Against her wishes, her gaze fell to his wet breeches where the evidence of his unrelieved desire clearly showed. Don't flee, he added when she stepped involuntarily backward. He paused a moment, all the while staring intently at her. I think, Olivia, that we have to marry, and quickly. Overhead, thunder again rocked the heavens, but the rain began to ease. She dashed one hand across her eyes.
I am not so foolish as to believe we must wed. What you did, what we did.
She shook her head at a loss for words.
No child can come of this,
she finally said in a strangled voice. One side of Neville's mouth lifted in a faint grin. So much for that tack. Still, he had no intention of wasting the advantage he'd gained. Though this was not the subject he'd meant to broach this morning, nor the manner in which he meant to broach it, it was out in the open now and could not be retracted, nor did he wish to retract it, not with the effects of their frustrating encounter still ricocheting through his body. Even the rain could not cool his ardor. We must marry, Olivia. Even you must see that.
But I do not see it. We are not at all suited to one another, not really.
We are perfectly suited, he countered, as this episode so aptly demonstrates. In truth, were your mother or brother to hear of this latest incident between us, they would be entirely right to insist I do the proper thing and marry you without delay.
Don't you dare tell them!
Then don't force me to. Where that threat came from, Neville could not say, but once said, he knew he would stand by it. Her eyes widened in horror, then narrowed in fury.
You planned this all along, didn't you? To compromise me so that I am forced to marry you. Well, it won't work. I'll deny anything you say.
That was not my purpose, he said. Not originally, but that didn't matter anymore. It will do no good to deny it, he added, for no one will believe you.
Why would you want to force the issue?
I don't want to force it, Olivia. I don't want to force you at all. He gestured with his arms spread wide. I have put this badly, it seems.
Why don't we start back for Bird Manor? All I'm asking of you is that you consider my offer."
She shook her head, but Neville pressed on.
"I'll speak to your mother."
"No!"
"And your brother as soon as they arrive."
"You had better not."
"Why not?"
Neville caught her by the arms and lowered his head so that they were face to face. All of a sudden, her objections were no longer amusing. They were too vehement to be just maidenly protests, and the fact that she was serious drove him a little bit mad.
"Tell me, Olivia, do you have something against all men, or is it just me?"
"Don't be ridiculous."
"Ridiculous? You forget I've read that little journal of yours, every single page, and among all those men there was not one whom you heartily endorsed."
"How dare you!"
She twisted and turned, trying to shrug free of his hold, but he would not release her.
"Not one of them appealed to you for yourself. Not one of them. I'm beginning to wonder if you just hate all men."
"Not all of them, just you."
He shook his head, too angry to be cautious.
"I think not. I think the last few minutes prove you like me. A lot."
"No!"
He cut off her protest with a kiss. Forceful, brutal even, but it squelched her denial, and it drowned out his anger, leaving instead only passion, hot, demanding, and volatile. It flared through him like a wildfire in a coal mine, so violent and all-consuming that he had but one aim, to quench the fire here and now, to lay her down and sink inside her, and give them both the release they so desperately needed. That her struggling had turned to desire only fanned the fire higher, but Neville was no fool, and despite his raging arousal, he somehow forced himself to restraint. One last delving kiss, one last cupping of her rounded derriere to press that soft belly to his groin. He tangled his fingers in the heavy wet silk of her hair, then reluctantly drew them out. As he'd done before, he thrust her an arm's length away from him.
"Go home,"
he growled.
"Go home and think about what has happened between us, Olivia. Then decide how you wish to tell your family. I give you a week, no longer."
Then he turned on his heel and made himself stalk away from her. Though it pained him with every step, he strode away and snatched up the reins. She would find her way home, storm or no. She was on her own lands, and the route was clear. Besides, she was an accomplished rider, as at ease on a horse as he. All these things he told himself as he mounted his hunter, then urged the animal down into the valley. But the real reason he left her was that he could not trust himself with her 1 minute longer. Despite all the practical reasons he might have to wed her, the real reason was not practical at all. He wanted her, desperately it seemed, more than he'd ever wanted a woman before, enough that he'd turned down a perfectly luscious offer of a bed partner both nights of their journey, and had avoided the several women in Kelso that he knew to be ready and willing. He'd begun to worry that there was something wrong with him, to be in a state of nearly constant arousal because of her, yet unwilling to take relief when it was offered elsewhere. But there was nothing wrong with him, he knew as he willed his painful condition to subside, nothing that Olivia Bird could not cure. 1 week he'd give her to accept his offer of marriage. After that, he would do whatever it took to seal their union. Chapter 20. The day careened on from one disaster to the next. Not that her mother and brother's arrival at Bird Manor should have been considered a disaster, but coming as it did just hours after that unbelievable incident with Neville Hawke, the arrival of their jovial party felt like a disaster to Olivia. The last thing she wanted to do was see anyone at all. She'd barely returned to the house and changed when James arrived along with 3 boon companions, all of them mounted on spirited steeds, and none of them much the worse for the storm. Though she was not in the mood for any male hijinks, Olivia had no choice but to smile and act very pleased to see them. And indeed she was pleased to see her beloved older brother with his wide smile and exuberant manner, just not this particular evening.
"Livy!"
he cried, leaping from his favorite hunter. He grabbed her in a hug and swept her right off her feet.
"This is my sister," he said to the men who dismounted behind him. "Olivia, may I introduce Nicholas Curtis, Viscount Dickory, also the Honorable Justin St. Clair."
She was dizzy and barely back on her feet before the 2 men were bowing over her hand. Viscount Dickory was a hearty spaniel sort of a fellow. Mr. St. Clair was older and calmer, with very correct manners.
"I believe you already know Lord Holdsworth,"
James added, his blue eyes glinting.
Of course,
She greeted the man her mother was so enamored of.
you are all very welcome.
James! Sarah barreled from around the house and straight into her brother's outstretched arms, and the scene replayed itself.
"Hello, Squirt."
Then the traveling coach splashed down the driveway, followed by another, smaller carriage, and all at once pandemonium took over. Augusta alighted along with her friends, whom she quickly introduced, the Honorable Anthony Skylock and his wife Joanna, as well as the recently widowed Henrietta Wilkinson and her daughter Victoria. The women all complained of exhaustion. The men vowed they were invigorated. Horses and servants milled about, and Bones barked the alarm from a safe distance away. All in all, were it not for Mrs. McCaffrey, Olivia would have turned around and fled, leaving them all to their own devices. She was that overcome by their noisy descent upon her already shaky situation. But she stood her ground and only pressed her fingers against her temples. She desperately needed time alone to think what to do and sort out her shattered emotions. What had she been thinking? To invite all these people for a month of shooting at poor, unsuspecting grouse. Thank God for Mrs. McCaffrey, who was more than up to the task at hand. She dispensed the 3 newly hired men servants to unload and disperse the luggage to the appropriate rooms. Her 4 new maids served refreshments to the dusty travelers, whiskey in the parlor for the gentlemen, tea in their rooms for the ladies. Mr. Hamilton and his 2 stablemen took the animals on to the stable, and by the time the late dinner was served, all was peaceful again. As peaceful as a country house party could be expected to be. Somehow, Olivia also affected an air of calm, at least on the outside. Inside, however, she was a knot of roiling emotion. Solitude did not assuage it any more than did company. Neither the stables, the kitchen, nor her bedroom afforded her any peace. She'd engaged in the most shocking behavior of her life, with results she could never have imagined, and with a man she could not approve of. Kissing him was terrible enough, but the rest of it, and worst of all, she'd liked it. Now, as she sat at one end of the dining table, she suppressed the wicked shiver that curled up from her belly. Just remembering her intimate encounter with Neville Hawke made her knees go weak. Truly, she must be the most wanton woman in creation. It would serve her right if she caught a cold from her drenching, then developed a fever and died. Certainly that could not feel worse than this terrible guilt and shame. Unfortunately, she felt as healthy and robust as ever. More was the pity. She needed to speak to someone about what had happened and about what she could do regarding the threat Lord Hawke had hung over her head. She only had a week. But she could never confide this in her mother, she realized during a lull before the final dessert course. As if to prove that true, Augusta gave Olivia a measuring look and said, "So, how is our dear neighbor?" Her voice held an expectant note, and guilty heat quickly suffused Olivia's face. Before she could formulate an appropriately bland answer, however, Augusta turned to their guests and rattled on. "Neville Hawke, Baron Hawke of Woodford Court, is our nearest neighbor. He's the one Archie is pursuing in hopes of purchasing that fabulous mare."
"The one that outran every 3-year-old at Doncaster," Archie threw in, "and who I believe is faster than any 3-year-old, filly or stallion, in the whole of Great Britain." "I'd certainly like to take a look at her," James said, signaling for more wine. "What say we take a ride over there tomorrow?" He glanced at Olivia. "You can introduce us. I understand from Mother that you and he became quite friendly," he added, watching her closely. Beneath the table, Olivia's knotted fists began to shake. With his fair hair and blue eyes, James appeared affable enough. But he had a core of steel and a strong sense of responsibility, especially toward the women in his family. If he ever found out just how friendly she'd become with their neighbor, he was liable to call the man out. Just as Neville threatened, James would demand that they marry. Olivia stifled a groan at the thought. Thank God James did not know anything, at least not yet. She would have to do something to make sure he never did. But what?
"Yes, Olivia, that's an excellent idea," Augusta chimed in. "We should send a note around to Woodford Court tonight. It would be rude to show up on his doorstep unannounced. Will you see to it, dear?"
From disaster to further disaster. By the time Olivia was at last alone in her own bedchamber, she was frantic, for she'd had swift word back from Neville Hawke that he would be pleased to entertain all of them, with a tour of his properties and a picnic luncheon. How on earth was she to deal with him? How was she to avert the catastrophe bearing down upon her? She turned down the lamp and pulled the sheets up to her chin. He'd given her a week to decide. That meant she had a week to figure a way out of this mess, a week to avert an utter fiasco. But though Olivia's waking moments were consumed by fear and rage and frustration at Neville Hawke's high-handed threat, when she finally slept, she dreamed of laughter and joy and peace. In her dreams she rode a beautiful mare, and beside her rode a beautiful man. A baby gurgled and cooed, birds sang, and the sun shone. When she awoke, for the first few moments of the day, she simply lay in her bed, well rested, marveling at how utterly content she felt. And why should she not be content? She was away from town, in her own home, with the clean scent of lemon wax and fresh country air surrounding her. She'd been right to come back to Bird Manor, she thought, stretching like a lazy, well-fed cat. Her family was here with her. Everything was perfect. Then she remembered her guests and her neighbor, and what they'd done together, and she bolted upright. Everything was not perfect. In fact, manners could not be worse. She stared at the window in alarm. It was just past dawn. She had only a few hours to prepare herself for the dreaded jaunt to Woodford Court. At the last minute, she opted to play the coward. As their extensive party filed out into the courtyard, the women climbing into the open phaeton, the men onto their horses, Olivia pleaded a headache. Despite her mother's cajoling and James's suspicious looks, she remained adamant. So they rode out without her, the men casually dressed in riding breeches and short frock coats, the women arrayed like colorful birds in the open carriage. No sooner had they departed, however, than Olivia began to worry anew. What might Neville say to them? Would he be angry enough at her absence to blurt out everything? She was terrified to face him, and just as terrified not to be there with the others. How had he managed to turn an outspoken, generally fearless woman into such a quivering little coward? "Botheration," she muttered. "Damn the man," she added, deciding he deserved more forceful curse words. "Damn you for the most troublesome, high-handed, deceitful wretch I've ever had the misfortune to know," she swore, stamping her foot in agitation. Then she snatched up her riding ensemble from her armoire. If she didn't hurry, he might paint a picture even more dreadful than what had actually passed between them. She wouldn't put it past him. Once up on Goldie, her own mare that had been a gift from Humphrey upon her 10th birthday, Olivia felt a trifle more in control. After all, no one could actually force her to marry if she was truly opposed to the match. They couldn't march her down the aisle and drag the words out of her mouth. They might try, but they would not succeed. She patted Goldie's neck and urged her into a slow, rocking canter. When her hat slid off and swung behind her back by its strings, she urged the mare on even faster. It felt so good to ride this swiftly, with the wind in her hair. She felt stronger and better able to face the coming confrontation. Even if Lord Hawke went so far as to cause a scandal, she decided she could survive it. She would simply remain here at Bird Manor, away from all the malicious talk in London. She'd been thinking of remaining here anyway, so her plans need not change on that score. Besides, the gossip would die down in time. Soon enough, a new scandal would come along to occupy all the twittering brains that made up most of society. Her mother would be horrified, though, as would James. They would be publicly humiliated. As for Sarah, in 6 years, the girl would have her own come out. Would Sarah's prospects be damaged by her older sister's behavior now? Olivia slumped in the saddle, and Goldie responded by slowing her eager pace. What a turmoil! Then a new thought crept into Olivia's head, an idea too foreign to consider. Yet once there, it would not go away. What if she consented to marry Neville Hawke? What if she just agreed to his demand, as unfair as it was? Her brow creased in earnest thought. Her mother would be thrilled, of course, as would Sarah. James would be satisfied. As everyone agreed, Neville Hawke matched her in rank and fortune, and their lands did run together. Certainly they were well matched in the passions of the body. Olivia groaned at that shameful thought. Oh, but this was an impossible situation. Still, the idea of marrying Neville Hawke would not go away. As she approached the small village of Kelso, she decided at least to consider the idea for a while, to weigh the matter unemotionally, if that were possible. If not for his drinking, she would probably have found him more than acceptable. But he did drink, far too much, as she'd sadly come to learn. Then again, he had vowed to quit. Could she believe him? She just did not know. She sighed. She would just have to see how Lord Hawke behaved today. Then she would make her decision. Once in the village, Olivia stared about with considerable interest, for no matter her decision, this place was soon to become her home. Though not excessively prosperous-looking, it was at least neat and well-maintained. A slat-sided cart rumbled by on uneven wheels, carrying a load of produce in burlap sacks. Several boys and 2 old men fished off the bridge, while another fellow on a tall ladder trimmed thatch on a substantial-looking cottage. As she turned for the bridge, she saw a small-town green in the opposite direction, and across it an old Norman-styled church. She hadn't yet called on the vicar, she realized. She would have to remedy that at once. She turned Goldie to cross the bridge over the River Tweed. There she saw a few more cottages, small places set behind the stone wall that edged the north side of the road. Toward the rear of the tiny residences, a woman hung clothes out to dry. In the common front yard, 3 children played. When they spied her, they ran to the road, and one of them, a little boy about 5 years old, swiftly clambered onto the wall and stood, balancing himself with outstretched arms. It put him nearly face to face with Olivia, but like the 2 little girls hanging on the wall, he did not speak, but only stared at her through wide blue eyes. She drew Goldie to a halt. "Hello," she began, smiling at his serious little face. "I believe I may be lost. I was wondering, do you think you might direct me to Woodford Court?"
"Woodford Court?"
one of the 2 little blonde girls said.
"Why, that's easy enough to find. Just go down the road that-a-way," she pointed. "Why do you want to go there?"
Olivia smiled at the child. She was old enough to have lost 2 teeth already, and so had a funny gap-toothed grin. "I'm going to meet with someone."
"Lord Hawke?"
the boy finally spoke. Olivia shifted her smile to him, but he did not smile back. His eyes remained fixed on her, however, dark blue eyes, moody and suspicious. "Yes, Lord Hawke, among others."
"We saw them other riders,"
the gap-toothed girl said.
"How come you didn't go with them?"
For a moment Olivia did not answer. She just kept staring at the boy. Had she seen him somewhere before? He looked so familiar. I overslept," she finally replied. The 3rd child, obviously unwilling to be left out of the conversation, piped up.
"My mother says the quality always oversleeps."
Olivia's eyebrows arched. "Does she now?" Just then the woman hurried over, abandoning her laundry.
"Mary, what are you saying? And Margaret, the 2 of you get home to your mother this very minute."
She snatched the boy down from his perch on the wall, then held him close, pressing him back against her legs, while her hands crossed protectively over his chest. Her expression seemed resentful, but her words were polite enough.
"Can I be helping you, miss?"
Olivia smiled at her, but received no more response from the woman than she had from her son. That it was her son, Olivia had no doubt, even though they looked nothing alike. Her eyes were brown, as was her hair. With the spattering of freckles across her cheeks, she was a soft, warm-looking woman, despite her cool expression. The boy, however, had raven hair to contrast with his striking blue eyes, and his summer tan emphasized his coloring. In that regard, he reminded her of Neville. Neville! She must have gasped, or in some other manner revealed the shocking turn of her thoughts, for the woman's hold on the child tightened. She whispered in the boy's ear, then gave him a little shove toward the cottage. With disbelieving eyes, Olivia watched him head over to his 2 playmates, only once turning to give her a last, unsmiling look. Could it be true? Was that little boy fathered by the Lord of Woodford Court?
"I'll thank you not to single my boy out for your animosity."
Olivia's head jerked around at the woman's belligerent words.
"Animosity? I assure you I would never—" "You're Miss Bird, aren't you? The lady as has come to live at Bird Manor?"
"Well, yes, I am, but—"
"If I could have kept his parentage hidden, I would have," she broke in again. "But I can't. He looks too much like his father to be deceiving anyone, but I'll not have him slighted for it, not even by you high and mighty types. And you needn't complain to Lord Neville about me overstepping my bounds." She sniffed and folded her arms across her chest. "He's made it clear he'll provide for me and my Adrian no matter what."
Olivia had been taken aback by the sight of the child, Adrian, no denying that, and the woman's unexpected confrontation had caught her completely off guard. But she bristled at the woman's assumption that she would do anything to slight an innocent child, and her temper flared at the woman's contemptuous tone. Her tightened grasp upon the reins caused Goldie to snort and stamp. The animal was impatient to be off. For that matter, so was Olivia. But first she needed to conclude this awkward conversation. Her chin jutted forward. "I assure you, madame, that I would never blame a child for its parents' behavior. As for you, you have my complete sympathy. It's plain that your past associations with the gentry have soured your disposition. Understandably so. Rest assured that I shall keep your experience in mind in my future dealings with Lord Hawke." Then she turned Goldie and urged her up the road. She heard the woman call out to her, but she ignored her. What she wanted was to gallop, to escape from her emotions and the dangers of a headlong dash up the narrow, curving road. But she did not gallop. She rode as a lady ought, straight back and decorous pace, never revealing the emotions that seethed just beneath her composed exterior. She should not be so disappointed in the man, Olivia told herself repeatedly on the short ride to Woodford Court. She should not be so angry with him. It was not unheard of for men of the peerage and landed gentry to get babes upon lesser folk. Servants, working women, the daughters of their tenants. For all she knew, her father might have gotten a child on some poor woman. But young ladies were not supposed to understand about such things. At least Lord Hawke was supporting his child, she told herself. But she was angry and disappointed and hurt. At least he was single and not dallying behind his wife's back, she rationalized. But would he cease such behavior once he wed? Her mouth turned down. Not likely. Her father certainly hadn't. He'd continued to drink, and he'd continued to dally where he ought not. Why should she expect any better of Neville Hawke? Olivia squared her shoulders against the disappointment she felt. To think she'd actually been considering marriage to the man. But there was no way she could agree to an alliance with him now, she told herself as she reached the pair of massive pillars that marked the entry to Woodford Court. If she'd had the slightest doubt on the subject of marrying him, she had it no more. Whatever trials she might face in the weeks to come, they would surely be easier than marriage to a drunken philanderer. But her relief at having escaped his clutches did nothing to assuage Olivia's anger at him. As his property revealed itself, the long shaded allée of spruce trees, the carefully tended wood lot that framed several picture-perfect vistas, even the pair of swans that glided across a lily-ringed pond, increased her ire. His estate was magnificent, with the mature trees and moss-edged stone fences that bespoke centuries of loving care. Many a lord with considerably higher title did not possess nearly so lovely a home. Then she came around a bend in the drive. The house appeared beyond another small lake, and she actually drew Goldie to a halt. It was a castle, or more accurately, a fortress. An old Scottish fortified house, built during an earlier, more tumultuous time. A tall stone tower punctuated the roof, providing a view over the surrounding lands. A stout wall formed a protected courtyard in front of the U-shaped house, giving the distinct feeling of a bailey. Today, however, instead of fending off invaders, The tall metal-strapped gates stood open to welcome the Lord's guests. As Olivia rode slowly between the two gate towers, she felt very like a poor medieval maiden might, being thrust into her enemy's stronghold, and everyone but she blind to the danger he presented. A skinny young man ran out to greet her.
"Good morning, miss. Are you come to see Lord Hawke?"
Despite her simmering rage, she forced an appropriate smile.
"Yes, I believe the rest of my family is already here."
In short order, he took Goldie in hand, then directed her toward the small party touring the stables. She spied Neville at once. His back was to her as he strolled between Lord Holdsworth and James, the three of them deeply immersed in talk of horses and bloodlines and racing times. Sarah hung on a stall door, offering a dried apple to a pretty young blaze-faced animal. The others meandered behind them. Viscount Dickory in the clutches of Mrs. Wilkinson and her aging daughter, the Skylocks behind them, and bringing up the rear, Augusta and the animated Mr. St. Clair. For a moment, Olivia held back and just observed the scene. Her mother looked particularly beautiful today, dressed in a shade of blue that never failed to flatter her, much that Archie seemed to care. But Augusta was not sulking. Instead, she made the most of her present companion, while at the same time studying her environs with a calculating expression. It was the expression Olivia had come to think of as her society mamma in search of a son-in-law expression. Augusta already approved of Lord Hawke as a man. More was the pity. It was plain to see that she approved equally well of his properties. It was enough to make Olivia reconsider and retreat before anyone noticed her. There was, unfortunately, no time for her to do that, for as Augusta scanned the long row of stalls filled with valuable horseflesh, her eyes fell upon Olivia. At once her face lit up with satisfaction.
"There you are!"
She patted Mr. St. Clair on the arm, then disentangled herself from him and made her way over to Olivia. Her arms spread wide in greeting, but her eyes gleamed with speculation. Olivia could have groaned. Of course, Augusta would choose to believe the worst, that Olivia had been drawn to Woodford Court despite the splitting headache she'd claimed. Drawn here by the lure of Neville Hawke, which was on one level partially true. When Augusta pressed her palm to Olivia's brow, Olivia ducked her head.
"It was a headache, not a fever, and I'm much better."
Augusta pursed her lips knowingly.
"I'm so pleased to hear you're better. It must be that wonderful tisane Mrs. McCaffrey makes. I swear that concoction cures nearly every ill known to mankind. But come, my darling, and join us. Look, everyone!" She gestured to the others. "Olivia has come after all."
Olivia wanted to cringe. What had possessed her to come trailing after them? She must appear like some child afraid to miss out on the least amount of fun. As for what Neville Hawke thought... She didn't care, she told herself. She didn't care at all, for she already thought the very worst of him. Still, she did not want to reveal her feelings here in front of everyone, and so she was relieved when James made his way to her side.
"That's more like the sister I know."
He circled her shoulders with one arm and drew her over to where Neville and Lord Holdsworth stood.
"There's not much that can keep our Livy down."
"We're to have a picnic,"
Sarah announced, leaping down from the stall door.
"But first Lord Hawke is going to show us this year's foals."
"How lovely," Olivia replied, assiduously avoiding Neville's avid gaze. Fortunately, Augusta stepped in and, hooking one arm in Neville's and the other in Lord Holdsworth's, she imperiously steered the two men down the stable's long central aisle.
"Well,
I, for one, have worked up an appetite. All this outdoor air, you know. Let us continue on with the tour, Lord Hawke. You, Archie, and James may finish your debate about grain-fed cattle versus open range over tea and biscuits." Olivia had to give her mother credit, for she had a way of taking people in hand, especially men, and then charmingly directing them precisely where she wished them to go. It was the same talent Sarah had begun to develop of late. Too bad she was not so adept at it, she fretted, as they wandered down the stables, then out toward a fenced field spotted with horses. Woodford Court was a handsome and industrious estate. That was plain to see as the tour wended along. Neatly maintained, humming with activity, people, horses, chickens, even the dogs and cats appeared healthy and well-fed. Yet still Olivia glared daggers at its lord's back. Competent he might be in matters of property and money, much more so than she had been with Bird Manor, but he was still a despoiler of women and sire to who knew how many children outside the bounds of wedlock. As if he sensed her sharp glare, he turned his head and gave her a brief but intense smile. The wretch! When he turned back to his other guests, she was left with the unpleasant sensation of dangling on tenterhooks, breathless, nervous, and furious. Still, she had no alternative but to go along, at least for now, with this charade. Honestly, she didn't know which was worse, confrontation or suspense. So their party strolled in Augusta's wake. They viewed the several colts and fillies that had been born the previous spring, and watched as Bart, Woodford's trainer, introduced one leggy chestnut-colored animal to the long lead. They looked over the breeding mares grazing peaceably in the late summer sunshine, their swelling stomachs so handsome with the new lives inside them. A square table laden with dishes awaited them in an oak grove beside an oval lake where more swans and a small flock of ducks congregated. Truly, it would have been a lovely day with every detail attended to, if not for the guillotine blade hovering over Olivia's head. Between avoiding his knowing gaze and expecting him at every turn to allude, by word or expression, to his threat or their encounter, she was twitching with nervousness. By the end of the afternoon, she almost wanted him to bring it up, but he did not. And as they packed for their return trip to Bird Manor, she found herself exhausted. "Come, darling, ride in the phaeton with us," Augusta implored. "You're looking a little peaked. Has your headache returned?" "No, I'm quite fine." This lie was quite the opposite of the morning's lie, for now her head really did ache. "You've been working so hard to get the house in order, and you did a lovely job of it," Augusta added. "But tomorrow I want you to just relax. I'll see to everything. You won't have to lift a finger." "And we'll be out of your hair," James said, mounting his spirited animal. "We've got up our first shooting party. Lord Hawke's going to show us all the best spots for grouse." "It will be my pleasure," Neville said. Now when had he sneaked up beside her? "Do you hunt, Miss Bird?" he asked. For the first time that day their eyes met and held. "No." If it were possible to stumble over a monosyllabic word, at that moment Olivia surely would have done so. Her heart had begun to pound that violently. He smiled. "May I give you a hand up?" Then, without waiting for her reply, he caught her about the waist and set her squarely on Goldie's back. "Have you thought further on our conversation of yesterday?" Olivia sucked in a breath. She'd let down her guard for only a moment, and look what happened. "What conversation?" Augusta asked. "And when?" James frowned, only belatedly assuming his role as older brother and man of the family. Olivia's mouth had gone too dry to speak.
Besides, what was she to say? His kisses thrill me. His touch makes my skin heat. He knows how to make my soul shatter apart. But he's just not good husband material. Perhaps Neville saw the panic in her eyes, or perhaps he'd intended all along only to frighten her. In any event, he smiled at her, then over at her mother and brother. Miss Bird has consented to grant me a lease on several of her fallow fields, though we have yet to come to terms.
"Oh, what a good idea," Augusta said, but her voice clearly revealed her disappointment that it was merely land they'd discussed. James glanced at Olivia. "Why didn't you tell me about that? I'll be happy to handle the matter for you." "It's my property, and I can handle my own negotiations," she replied rather tartly, for it was safer to be angry with James than with Neville. "Besides, as he said, we haven't yet come to terms." Suddenly she felt a hand on her ankle, a strong male hand. Completely hidden beneath the trailing ends of her long skirt, it curled in the most intimate manner around her ankle. Aghast at his boldness and her visceral reaction to it, Olivia stared down into Neville's piercing blue eyes. He smiled up at her, as straight-faced as if his thumb were not now sliding in hot little circles along her skin, creating the warmest, most shocking sort of friction. Very like he'd done yesterday. "No, we have not yet come to terms," he said, "but I believe we will. I believe we soon will." Chapter 21. In the morning, the men went hunting. The women wandered independently down to breakfast, Olivia and Sarah first, later the Wilkinsons and Mrs. Skylock. Then, one by one, they meandered off to entertain themselves as they preferred. Only then did Augusta descend to the dining room. At her behest, Mrs. McCaffrey joined her. "Here, sit." Augusta patted the place next to her. "I know you've eaten, but have some chocolate or tea with me." Once her long-time housekeeper was settled, she went on. "So tell me, how fares the budding romance?" "The budding romance?" Mrs. McCaffrey's hand trembled a bit and hot water sloshed onto her saucer, but she recovered quickly. "The budding romance? Oh, the budding romance! Olivia and Lord Hawke." Augusta tilted her head and stared at her faithful servant. "Yes, Olivia and Lord Hawke. Who else would I mean?" Mrs. McCaffrey set down her cup and began vigorously to plunge the tea-ball up and down in the water. "No one else, but I confess I haven't given them much thought of late. I've been that busy round here. It was a mess, you know." She gestured with her chin. "To look at it now, you cannot tell, but this house was in terrible condition. Terrible." Augusta stared around the dining room with its heavy furnishings and wall of windows. At the moment, sunshine streamed in, warm and comfortable. "It looks very nice to me. Nothing has seemed to change at all, even after all these years." "The grounds were a sight, and the sycamores are bigger. They've quite overgrown the house." "Yes, and the double swing is gone." Augusta smiled and gazed beyond the multi-paned windows. "Do you remember how Cameron used to push me so high? James and Olivia would sit together on one side of the swing, and I would sit on the other." Mrs. McCaffrey stirred honey into her tea. "I remember that swing." Augusta looked over at the other woman, and her smile faded. "I know you will always think the worst of Cameron, but we did have some lovely days. They did not stay lovely, but for a while. Ah, well, I cannot complain any more. My Cameron was a bonny fellow, but a tragic one, as it turned out. Thank goodness Humphrey came along to fill the hole in my heart. And will Lord Holdsworth now fill the space dear Humphrey left? Augusta concentrated on her ham and scones. Perhaps. I am not certain. But what about Olivia and Neville? Was their enforced proximity during the journey here sufficient to break down her foolish resistance to him? I swear I simply do not understand that child. He was very good, very well behaved and charming to us all. He certainly won over Sarah. And you? Augusta asked, dimpling. You can pretend you are unaffected by a handsome man, Bertie McCaffrey, but I know you better than that. The older woman chuckled. I'll admit he has winning ways, and despite all her protests, I'd swear Livy thinks so too. Whenever he comes around, she gets this look. The housekeeper shook her head. I just don't know. Augusta drummed her fingernails upon her glass. I've noticed the very same thing. And yet she seems so determined to avoid him. That entire business yesterday about her staying home, it just didn't ring true. She shook her head. I just don't understand. They sat in silence a few minutes, Augusta eating and Mrs. McCaffrey sipping her tea. Finally, the housekeeper set down her cup. They went out riding day before yesterday, just the two of them, to look over the fields he wants to lease from her. Do you think there was more to it than that? The housekeeper shook her graying head. I don't know. I tried to figure it out, but I couldn't. She came back alone, drenched by the storm. Then you arrived, and I've had no chance to talk to her since. You know, Gussie, she added, there's no accounting for tastes. If she doesn't care for him in that way. Augusta thought for a moment. Does he want her? Mrs. McCaffrey nodded. Oh, I believe he does. I've had it from Donny, Mr. Hamilton, that is, who had it from the innkeeper, who is brother to Woodford's housekeeper, that Lord Hawke is usually a solitary sort, keeps to himself most of the time. All work, hardly any socializing at all, save a jaunt now and again to the tavern. Yet he's been nothing but neighbourly and sociable since we arrived. And then there's the way he looks at her. Like he could eat her up with his eyes alone. She cocked her head. Yes, I'd say he wants our Livy, and rather badly. A slow smile crept over Augusta's face, and she steepled her perfectly manicured fingers under her chin. Perhaps we can assist their floundering romance. The housekeeper leaned forward. How do you mean? Well, what if they were caught in a compromising position? Mrs. McCaffrey frowned. That would be a dirty trick. Augusta fixed her bright blue gaze upon the woman. It's not as if anyone would be forcing them into that compromising position. I'm only suggesting that we pay close attention to their comings and goings and catch them at it. You know what I mean, a kiss, an embrace. If they choose to behave so and get caught, 'tis their own misfortune. Or good fortune, she added, smirking at the thought. Olivia simply does not know her own mind these days. She spends too much time analyzing the men she meets and jotting down notes in that silly book of hers, when she ought to spend her time more profitably by listening to her heart. And you mean to force her to listen to her heart? Again Augusta smiled. What else is a loving mother to do? The hunters returned shortly before afternoon tea.
Olivia had spent the day in determined activity. She didn't want to rest, for to rest was to think, and she desperately did not want to think about what had happened between her and Neville, nor of his threat. When she discussed the subject of the land leases with Mr. Hamilton, he had not been at all opposed to the idea, especially when she told him the terms Lord Hawke had offered. "So why didn't you enter into such a lease years ago?" she wanted to ask the steward. But she did not. She determined very quickly that Mr. Hamilton, though hard-working, was not a man of much imagination. Things were still managed at Bird Manor, just as your da would have it, he'd told her several times now. To the old man's mind, that apparently meant the workers were not replaced as they retired or died, nor was the stock. Time had taken its toll on Bird Manor and on Mr. Hamilton. But though Olivia was up to the task of repairing and maintaining her property, she was not up to rebuilding the herds of cattle and flocks of sheep, nor of running the place as a profitable farming venture. It was enough that the leases would pay for the additional expenses of her setting up housekeeping at Bird Manor, although she wondered now whether that was still wise. But she was not going to think about that today. She was not going to let Neville Hawke and his threats dominate her life or alter her plans. Instead, she applied herself to compiling a list of the particular fields he wanted, as well as access, water rights, time limitations, and payment schedule. When it was completed, she needed only to review it with her brother, then send it to the local solicitor to draw up the copies. So when she heard male voices in the forecourt, she hurried from the downstairs study, her study now, and outside to speak to James. She wanted this matter settled before the other matter between her and Lord Hawke could be raised. Unfortunately, Neville Hawke was still with the hunters. When she spied him, she skidded to a halt. As desperately as she wanted to ignore his presence, she could not. Her eyes were drawn to him, as if his tall, virile form were a magnet. Her entire being reacted that way. This was the man who made her heart thump. He made her body run hot, and he knew how to raise her to unheard-of heights of physical pleasure. For the short while that she'd actually considered marrying him, she'd been quite idiotically happy. But then his darker side had resurfaced in the form of that little boy. The child, his natural son, was living proof of the sort of man Neville Hawke actually was. One she would be an utter fool to wed. Her mother had come out to greet the hunters, and she stood now beside Neville, smiling up at him. Olivia feared that boded ill for her. She had no hope for retreat, however, for James had already seen her and was waving her over. "Come see, Livy. We've had a jolly good day. Why didn't you suggest coming up here years ago?" "I believe I did," she muttered, "but, as I recall, no one paid any attention to me." "I asked Mrs. Mac to bring tea into the parlor," Augusta put in. "It's the least we can offer Lord Hawke, considering how generous he's been with his time these past 2 days. Neville smiled at Augusta, then at Olivia, as if he had no ulterior motive. The wretch! There was nothing for Olivia to do but force a smile in return. So it was tea with him, then supper as well, followed by a rowdy game of charades and 2 tables of whist, and all the while Olivia's body waged war with her mind. Physical desire fought with good sense. The heated knot of remembered excitement that churned deep in her belly fought against intellect and logic. The strain was enough to give her a splitting headache. It didn't ease the pain in her temple that Neville was nothing but charming and pleasant the entire evening. Her face hurt from trying to maintain a cool, calm expression, when inside she was a bundle of nerves. Then there was the constant struggle to remain aloof when she felt each touch of his gaze like an actual caress on her bare skin. Pretending not to notice him did not work, but she knew she must do something soon, for she could not continue much longer in this insane fashion. Finally, the evening ended. The farewells were made, and she nearly escaped to the privacy of her bedchamber. But her mother accosted her in the upper hall, and Olivia's heart sank at the avid look in her eyes. "Come, Livy, sit with me a while. We've hardly had a chance to chat. We've been so busy. Here." Augusta indicated the settee positioned opposite her tall, curtained bed. They sat down together. Augusta kicked off her shoes and wriggled her toes. "So, how do you find Bird Manor? Is it as you remembered? After all, you were so very young when we left." Olivia tried to relax. "Some things are as I remember, others," she shrugged. "But you like it here?" Olivia grimaced to herself. Might as well get right to it. She kicked off her shoes. "I like it very much. In fact, I believe I shall stay here even after you, James, and Sarah return south." "You will? Oh, Olivia, that makes me so happy." Of course it did, and Olivia knew why. But she played along with the game. "That's a relief. I had expected you to object." Augusta twisted on the settee to face her. "Why ever would you think that? You know it is my fondest wish for you to wed." Olivia merely smiled and raised her brows. "I said nothing about marriage, Mother." "Yes, but if you are planning to stay, it can only be in spite of Lord Hawke, not because of his proximity, but in spite of it." Augusta's face was a study in confusion. "But I don't understand. Why would you wish to stay here if not because of him?" "There is nothing to understand," Olivia broke off. She'd meant to remain calm, but it was too hard. So, agitated, she stood and began to pace. "I do not wish to return to town and get sucked back into the marriage mart." "But you have always seemed to enjoy the parties and routs. What of that—" Augusta fluttered her hand. "That book you keep, the Matchmaker, you and your friends call it." Olivia folded her arms and stood her ground. "I am done with all of that." "Done with it?" Augusta abruptly stood, and though she was half a head shorter than Olivia, at that moment she appeared as fierce as any Amazon. Certainly there was no mistaking the maternal authority on her face. "You are only 21, Olivia. That you have not yet found the man who suits you is no reason to entirely abandon the idea of marriage. That is too ridiculous an idea to believe." "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" In truth, Olivia was not certain. Though her chest heaved with emotion and she had to work very hard not to shout, she did not know why. She took a heavy breath, then let her shoulders droop. "What it means is that for a year or so I should like not to think constantly about my future, a husband, children, whatever. I like it here." Her hand swept the air. "In less than 2 weeks, Mrs. Mac, Sarah, and I have effected quite a change, and it makes me feel good. So I want to spend the winter here as well, to continue putting the estate to rights. Then come the spring, well, we'll see." Augusta opened her mouth as if to speak, but when Olivia squared her shoulders and once again arched her eyebrows, Augusta subsided. But the expression on her face was pained. "I can see you are firmly set on this, so I suppose it does me no good to argue with you, even though I think you will become quite bored once all of us leave. You know," she added, "your brother is not going to be very happy about your decision." "Then please allow me to tell him in my own good time, will you?" "As you wish," Augusta said with an elegant shrug. "As you wish." But when Olivia bade her good night and made her exit, Augusta's eyes narrowed. This was all very interesting. Something was afoot that Olivia was intent on hiding. But time would see it out. Augusta was certain that time would see it out. Time was running out. 3 more days passed with every semblance of an idyllic country holiday. Fishing jaunts, hunting parties, picnics, horseback riding, charades, card games, and quiet reading. Olivia worked very hard to maintain the illusion of a carefree existence, but with each day that passed, her tension mounted. The fact that Lord Hawke stayed busy on his own estates did not make matters any easier. Though his presence always unsettled her, so, it seemed, did his absence. She was sick to death of her fun-seeking companions, yet afraid to go off alone in case she should run into him. So why did she want to continue on through the winter at Bird Manor? Why not simply return to town with her family? 100 times she pondered that question, 1,000. The only answer she came up with was that Bird Manor, without the outside pressures caused by people, was a truly wonderful place. The wild hills, the verdant valley, and the solid, reassuring old house. She found comfort in them all. If only she could rid herself of the people with whom she must share them. That also was a source of new stress to her. In the past, she'd always enjoyed the company of pleasant, sociable people. Now, however, she found everyone a trial. But soon enough her guests would leave, she told herself. Neville Hawke, however, would not, nor was his odious threat going away. 3 days left to find a way to diffuse the situation, and she was no nearer a solution than before. Then, on one morning, a note came, addressed to her and carried by one of Woodford's men servants. Olivia's heart turned to lead. Sitting across the breakfast table, Augusta spread jam on a scone. "Has Lord Hawke carved some time from his busy schedule to accept my invitation?" Olivia looked up from the unopened envelope. Her hands were shaking. "You invited him here? For what occasion?" Augusta smiled around the table at Sarah, James, and Mr. St. Clair. "My goodness! To hear her talk, you'd think I'd invited the Prince Regent." She glanced slyly at Olivia. "'Tis a general invitation I speak of, dear. Lord Hawke knows he is welcome here any time. Heaven knows we owe him the same sort of entertainments he has twice provided to us." Just then Lord Holdsworth strode into the room. "What's this I hear? Lord Hawke is coming over?" He pulled out a chair and sat adjacent to Augusta. "Did he say whether he has made a decision about that filly of his?" Olivia stared down at the brief message. "No, nothing about that. He asks that I meet him this afternoon at his solicitor's office in Kelso." She raised her head and glanced at her mother. "It is to review the lease and sign it." James nodded. "I shall have to accompany you, Livy, for I am legally the head of the family." Olivia looked at her fair-haired brother and frowned. "I don't see why that should matter. You are not in any way connected to my father or his properties." "But I am your guardian until such time as you wed." He refilled his plate from a platter one of the serving women held, immune to Olivia's irritated glare. "I hardly see the sense in that. You forget that I have reached my majority. Besides, in a month you will be gone from here and oblivious to anything that should occur at Bird Manor." "So will you," he retorted as he sprinkled salt onto his eggs. Olivia could have groaned. She shot a nervous glance at her mother. Would she reveal all now? But Augusta had a determinedly innocent expression on her face. Too innocent, it turned out, for when neither Olivia nor Augusta responded to his remark, James looked up. It took only a moment for his eyes, as blue as their mother's, to narrow in suspicion.
Is something going on that I should know about? Mother, he focused on her. What is it?
Well, Augusta began, looking over at Olivia helplessly and shrugging. Olivia lurched to her feet. I shall be happy to discuss this matter in the study, she bit out, glaring at James. My study, not yours. Then, forgetting eggs, ham, and scones, she marched from the room. In the aftermath, James turned his probing gaze back to his mother.
What was that all about?
Once again, Augusta shrugged, but Sarah was not so reticent. Livy wishes to handle her own affairs. What's so awful about that, I'd like to know?
And I suppose you will wish to do the same, James replied.
Indeed I do. What is the point in being a great heiress if you cannot do whatever you wish?
Lord Holdsworth laughed. And that, in a nutshell, is why women should never be allowed to inherit anything. Do whatever you wish, he sarcastically mimicked, and again laughed.
Augusta frowned at that. Mr. St. Clair looked mildly embarrassed. James wisely caught Sarah by the elbow and gave her a cautionary squeeze, but it was a silent brother and sister who finished their breakfasts, while the others moved on to less controversial topics of conversation. And then James made certain to bring Sarah with him when he left to search out Olivia.
Is something upsetting Livy? He asked his little sister.
Sarah marched beside him. She's in love with Lord Hawke. Oh, I hate that Archibald person. If Mother marries him, I shall run away from home.
Wait, what? Olivia loves Neville Hawke? But they hardly know one another. Besides, beyond these leases, she does not appear to want anything to do with him.
The look Sarah gave her brother mingled frustration and condescension. Are all men as dense as you? For if they are, I doubt I shall bother to marry one, and I do not intend to let you manage my properties. James could only stare at her.
If I had the time, I would give you a good switching, brat. Sadly, however, I fear it is too late to do any good.
Sarah stopped and, glaring at him, planted her fists on her hips. Tell me this. As head of the family, can you prevent Mother from marrying that oaf, Lord Holdsworth?
He's not an oaf.
You can't do anything about it, can you? Can you? She did not wait for an answer, but stalked away, leaving a bewildered James staring after her. He rubbed one palm back and forth against the back of his neck. The day had begun so well. Clear skies, a hearty breakfast. He'd intended to spend the morning fishing, the afternoon riding, and the evening drinking at Kelso's finest pub. But now he had 2 angry sisters on his hands and a mother whose innocent smile invariably covered some manipulation or another.
God's bones, he muttered, starting toward the study. Some holiday this was turning out to be.
Chapter 22. Olivia tried to compose herself as she waited for James. She pulled out her initial draft of the leasehold agreement. She set a chair in place for him near her desk, while she herself sat at the desk. Head of the family, indeed, she muttered as she straightened the desk pad and repositioned the pen holder and inkwell. Men and their insufferable attitude of universal superiority. They were all the same. James, Neville Hawke, Clive Garrett, and before him Mr. Prine and all the others whose offers she'd declined. Then there was her father. She blew out a rude breath. From lowly stable hand to Prince Regent, they were an aggravating, troublesome lot, and there was no reason at all for women to put up with them. But there was one reason, an irritating voice in her head whispered to her. Olivia grimaced, and her fingers began to drum an anxious tattoo on the polished mahogany desktop. Yes, there was that one terrible, wonderful reason for men to exist. one she was hopelessly unable to forget. But though she could not forget the exquisite pleasure she had found with Neville Hawke, Olivia refused to let it change anything. She could not let it change anything, so she suppressed the shiver of remembered passion that snaked up from her stomach. Except for performing their husbandly duty and siring children, men were, on the whole, a worthless lot. Like rutting stallions, they should all be kept separate from the mares. The brooding thought still circled in her head when James strode into the room. He was dressed like a country squire in tall tramping boots, snug-fitting breeches, and a comfortably tailored tweed frock coat. Most irritating, he wore the confident air of a man who believed he, not she, was the one in charge. She narrowed her eyes in warning. "Should you ever deign to wed, I assure you, brother, that it will not be to any woman I consider worth knowing."
"What does that mean?"
he asked, but with an amused smirk. She smirked right back. "Only that I will warn any woman I know well away from you and your medieval ways of reasoning." He lowered his lanky frame into a chair, stretched out his legs, and folded his hands across his stomach.
"Have I done something to offend you, Livy? I cannot believe you are this angry with me solely because I wish to make certain Lord Hawke does not take advantage of you."
It was only an accident of words, a poor choice on his part, but knowing he referred to the land lease did not prevent Olivia's face from going scarlet. That he began to laugh and crowed, "So it is true, you do love him," only increased her humiliation. She leapt to her feet. "I do not love him. I despise him." Another poor choice of words, for James sobered and leaned forward, resting his elbows on her desk.
"Love him or hate him, he plainly arouses more emotion in you than any other man has done. So tell me, why you hate this man you are leasing your lands to?"
Just that fast did he take all the wind out of her sails. Olivia sat down with a little bump and stared at her brother whom she had always adored and trusted. How desperately she wished to confide in him. She swallowed hard. "I don't know what to do about him," she admitted in a small, muffled voice. He sighed.
"I assume we are not speaking about these leases."
Olivia shook her head. In 3 days, Neville would tell James everything. Though she dreaded the thought, she knew it would be better for James to hear the truth from her, or at least a modified version of it. Once more she focused on the desk pad, aligning it with the edge of the desk. She cleared her throat. "The thing is, he wishes to marry me." James nodded.
"And?"
"And I don't believe he and I suit one another."
"He seems like a good enough chap to me, a sporting man, but aware of his responsibilities, even-tempered, too."
James shrugged.
"But if you are not inclined to accept his offer, Livy, so be it. As he is your neighbor, you should try to let him down as easily as you can. But that shouldn't be a problem. You've sent any number of fellows packing in the past. Why do you fret over doing the same to this one?"
When she didn't answer, he reached out and caught her hand in his.
"Are you sure you two do not suit, or is it that you are afraid to wed?"
She pulled her hand away. "I'm not afraid to marry," she vowed, though she was not entirely certain that was true.
"Then I confess I do not understand what you mean when you say, 'I don't know what to do about him.'"
Olivia pressed her lips together. "Just tell him and get it over with." She took a deep breath. "Will you promise to listen to what I say and not interrupt until I am done, nor get angry?" His brows lowered in concern.
"What is this all about?"
"Promise me, James."
"I promise not to interrupt. As for my anger, I can promise nothing about that until I've heard whatever it is you're apparently keeping from me."
After a moment, Olivia sighed and said, "Very well." She folded her hands together on the desktop. "Lord Hawke wishes to marry me, I believe, for all the usual reasons. Our lands run together, and there is a similarity in rank and fortune that makes a match between us quite sensible.
Not to mention age and appearance and interests in common."
You promised not to interrupt."
"Sorry."
Olivia tried to compose her flustered thoughts. "You are right in all you say, and to complicate matters, there is some attraction between us," she confessed, knowing her face had again gone red.
James laughed. "I may be your brother, Olivia, but I am not blind. No right-thinking man in Christendom would not be attracted to you."
He peered intently at her.
"Are you saying you find him attractive?"
After a moment, she gave one curt nod. "I do, but," she hastened to add, "that does not mean I wish to marry him." James stared at her with a baffled expression on his face.
"Fine, though it makes no sense. I suppose I can accept that. But that still does not explain what has you so bedeviled."
Olivia let out a little groan. She was handling this badly. "All right, then. Here is the problem. He has kissed me." James grinned.
"Has he?"
"More than once."
"Was it more than a chaste peck on the cheek?"
She pressed her lips together. "Yes." His grin faded a little.
"How much more?"
She met his frank stare as directly as she could. "I believe it is referred to as the French manner of—"
"More than once?"
His grin fled.
"He kissed you like that more than once?"
"Yes, but it meant nothing, so you needn't glower at me. I knew you would get angry." For a moment he was silent. When he spoke, the words seemed reluctant.
"Did he do anything more?"
His face began to redden.
"You know, did he touch you? Any place he shouldn't?"
Olivia wanted to die. She wanted to lie and say that he'd done nothing beyond kiss her, that she'd done nothing beyond kiss him back. But she knew Neville meant to reveal all to James, so she needed to be honest. "Yes," she admitted, "and now it is his intention to use our indiscretion as a way to force me to marry him." James lurched to his feet and leaned on rigid arms over the desk.
"Your indiscretion? Could you be more specific?"
Then,
"No."
He raised both hands and backed away.
"No, I don't want to know the details."
Olivia stood as well. "Will you please calm down, James? We've done nothing to warrant—"
"Nothing?"
His eyes bulged from his face.
"Nothing, you say?"
He began to pace, gesturing wildly with his hands.
"Tell me this."
He stopped and again leaned over the desk so that they were eye to eye.
"Did he force you, or were you a willing party to that—"
He broke off, breathing hard, but his gaze never wavered from hers.
"Well?"
In the face of his brotherly outrage, it took all of her courage to tell the truth. He did not force me. I admit it."
"Sit down."
She obeyed, then immediately regretted it. "You needn't shout at me." He looked ready to shout again, but somehow he restrained himself, and after a moment he too sat. Long seconds elapsed as he took several deep breaths.
"I want to understand, Olivia, but I do not. How can you be willing to share such intimacies with the man, whatever they were, and to do so more than once and not be willing to marry him?"
I did kiss him more than once, but the other—"
That was only once. Besides," she continued, rallying, "I think you do understand. Tell me, have you ever kissed a woman in the French manner?"
The look of consternation on his face was almost comical.
"Well, what does that have to do with any of this?"
"You have. I know it, and I'm certain you've done far more than merely that. Yet you're not wed to any of those women."
He folded his arms stiffly across his chest.
"It's not the same thing."
"Perhaps not to you, but what about to those women?"
His jaw began to twitch.
"You cannot compare those women to you. The situations are not the same."
"None of them? Are you saying that not one of those women was an innocent girl of a good family?"
When he did not answer but only glared at her, she leaned forward.
"I have admitted to an attraction to Neville Hawke, but it goes no further than that. He is too like my father, too wild, too volatile. When I marry, it will be to a man like Humphrey, sweet and steady. So you see, I shall not be forced into marrying Lord Hawke, not by him and not by you either."
She stared at him and debated whether to tell him about Neville's child, born to that village woman. But her remark about her own father and their stepfather Humphrey seemed to have struck home, for the deep furrows in James's brow eased somewhat. His mouth, however, turned down in disapproval.
"I suppose I can understand that, but I don't like it, and under the circumstances I don't think you should sign these leases. He will not be invited here again, and certainly you will not linger at Bird Manor beyond the duration of our shooting party."
"But I need those leases. Bird Manor has been neglected long enough. The money he will pay for use of my fields will finance the repairs that have already been delayed too long."
"I can advance you the funds you need."
"No, I don't want your money. Not when I can raise the funds with this lease." She shook the papers at him. "This will guarantee a recurring income. That's far better than going into debt, even if it is to you."
He pursed his lips.
"All right, then. We can sign the leases. But you cannot stay on here alone, Olivia. Yes, Mother told me of your plans. Then I thought it merely foolish. Now I see it as dangerous in the extreme."
He was probably right. Still, Olivia did not want to admit it. In the 2 weeks she'd been back, she'd fallen completely in love with her old home, and she did not want to leave.
"Once he knows he cannot bully me into marriage, things will settle down. You'll see.
I'm glad you're being so reasonable," she added.
He fixed her with a scowl. "Reasonable? If I had my way, you'd be wed to him tomorrow. But, as you say, I cannot force you. I cannot make you mouth the words I do, more's the pity. Nevertheless, I shall be watching you, Olivia. You're to stay strictly away from that man, and whether you like it or not, you will return to town with us."
He stood towering over her.
"As for meeting Hawke at the solicitor's office, I will accompany you there."
So saying, he left, and in the silent aftermath of their conversation, Olivia let out a relieved sigh. She'd diffused Neville's threat, at least with her brother. She just hoped James did not explode when the two men met face to face today. As for her mother, well, she would just have to see how things proceeded. In the shadows of the upper stairway, Augusta watched her eldest daughter leave the study, just as she'd watched James depart. Her son had stalked away, angry and frustrated. Olivia, however, looked smug, as if she'd pulled the wool over her brother's eyes. But not for long, Augusta vowed. Not for long. She bent forward, listening, then slowly descended the stairs. If Olivia thought this subject was done with, she was sorely mistaken. The girl obviously didn't understand that the attraction between her and Lord Hawke was too strong for her to long resist.
Even Augusta, who understood about such things, was not immune. Hadn't she decided to surrender to her new love instead of holding out until after he proposed? The little flutter in her stomach brought a smile to her lips. Ah, love! What a wondrous, troubling, overwhelming emotion it was. Once caught in its snare, no one could resist its lure, neither the daughter nor the mother. Neville was not stupid. When Olivia walked into his solicitor's office arm in arm with her brother, and a faint but smug smile on her face, he knew something was afoot. Once he cut his gaze to James's stormy expression, he knew exactly what it was. She'd somehow made James into her ally. The question was, had she told him the whole truth? And would her version of it have a bearing on their lease agreement? Soon enough, he would know. "Good morning, Miss Bird. Lord Farley." James's cold stare precluded him extending his hand. "If we can review the documents and get this over with, my sister and I have another engagement." Neville met him stare for stare. "I had hoped to have a private word with you afterward." James's jaw clenched and unclenched. He shot a glance at his sister before replying to Neville. "Today is inconvenient." Neville was gratified to see that Olivia's faint smile had disappeared. Whatever she'd revealed to her brother about them, she was still not entirely sure of his support. He decided to bide his time. Sensing the tension between the men, the solicitor laid out the papers, and in short order, the lease documents were signed and witnessed, one copy for each of the principals and one for the solicitor's files. When Olivia and her brother immediately turned to depart, Neville rubbed one knuckle along the scar on his jaw. It was time for action. "Before the two of you go," he glanced at the solicitor, "may I borrow your office for 5 minutes?"
"Certainly, my lord." "That won't be necessary," Olivia interrupted.
"No," James said. "I think I might like to hear what he has to say after all."
"James!"
Neville repressed a smile at her barely disguised panic. When the door closed behind the solicitor, however, his amusement faded. James Lindford, Viscount Farley, was not in a mellow mood.
"Well?"
the younger man demanded, his stance belligerent. Neville faced him.
"I assume Olivia has informed you of my desire to marry her?"
James crossed his arms.
"She has, though by her description it seems more a threat."
Neville's gaze shifted to Olivia, whose expression was a confusion of wariness and triumph. Somehow she'd convinced James that she'd not been entirely compromised. Had she told her brother the whole truth? Surely not. Neville also crossed his arms.
"If it sounded like a threat, it is only because my feelings are so strong in this matter." "Hers are equally strong," James bit back. "Given the situation, I advise you to keep your distance from Olivia. Were it up to me, we would sever all relations with you. But Olivia insists on following through with this lease arrangement. As head of the family, however, I draw the line there. Best you content yourself with that, Hawke."
Neville watched as James took Olivia by the arm and guided her toward the door. Had he overplayed his hand? Had he misjudged Olivia and how far she could be pushed? Or should he push further? Should he make sure James knew all the facts of his involvement with Olivia? For a long, agonizing moment, he debated back and forth. But then he considered. She'd given him the leases against her brother's wishes, it seemed. Why? Probably to fund the maintenance Bird Manor so urgently needed. That could mean she intended to remain in residence. As he watched them depart, he saw Olivia shrug off her brother's proprietary hold. Neville shook his head. The minx had an independent streak sadly at odds with her role as a compliant, innocent young lady of the ton. She would be a handful, whether under a brother's or a husband's rule. But then that independence was what attracted him so. That and a few other things about her. He caught a glimpse of her scowling at her brother as James held the door for her, and this time it was James who shook his head in frustration. He glanced back at Neville, and for a brief but unmistakable moment, the two men shared a wry look. As quickly as that, Neville knew that all was not lost. Let Olivia believe she'd defeated him for now. The truth was, a young woman could not live alone on her own estate. He knew that, and apparently so did her brother. It was just a matter of time before she would know it too. Chapter 23. A week went by. A long, boring week. The deadline for Neville's threat passed without incident, though Olivia was a nervous goose that entire day. But it seemed her bluff with James at the solicitor's office had paid off. After that, time passed even more slowly. Had it not been for Sarah, Olivia would have gone quite mad with boredom. Not that there weren't an endless number of details that required her attention. Minor repairs to the house and grounds continued. There were also the daily decisions that went along with entertaining. In addition, she fished and rode, played cards, and also the pianoforte. In truth, she kept busy from dawn until long past dusk. But she was nonetheless bored. The days dragged by. James remained aloof. He was still angry with her because she had refused Neville Hawke's suit, and she hated the separation that caused. Added to that, several of their guests had begun to grate upon her nerves, chief among them Archibald Collins, Lord Holdsworth. Her mother's laugh drifted to her now from beyond the open doors of the back parlor, along with Archie's amused response. They sat just inside the doors playing cards with Mr. St. Clair, Viscount Dickory, and the Wilkinson women. It had rained earlier, keeping everyone indoors, but at the first break in the weather, Olivia had headed outside, with Sarah fast upon her heels. They were going into town now, anything to escape the house.
"Do you think she's going to marry Lord Holdsworth?" Sarah complained once Olivia took the reins of the pony cart.
"I don't know. Probably," she added after a moment, "if she can bring him up to scratch."
"But I don't want her to. He's so selfish,"
Sarah finally blurted out.
"And he treats Mother just like he treats me, as if we're both children without an ounce of sense."
"In Mother's case, that's probably appropriate," Olivia muttered. "But let's not speak of that any longer. Let's just enjoy a pleasant diversion. Mrs. Mack wants us to collect her order from the baker, as well as 2 crates of wine."
"I'd like to go up to the saddler's to see about a nice leather collar for Bones, one of those spiked ones."
Olivia smiled. "Very well." Her smile slipped a little when they reached Kelso and the turnoff that led to Woodford Court, but she clucked to the horse and dangled it left toward the village center, forcing herself not to think of Neville Hawke. He had his life, she had hers. Yet there was a part of her too honest to deny the truth. Her boredom and restlessness were not caused entirely by her guests. She hadn't laid eyes on Neville Hawke in a week, and had no reason to expect to do so any time soon, and that irritated her. Worse, she hated that she wanted to see him. But it was true, and she did not know what to make of it. Was he the reason she wanted to stay at Bird Manor? Exasperated with herself, she snapped the reins. The 2-wheeled pony cart rattled down the cobbled main street, splashing through puddles as it passed whitewashed houses, several shops with awnings stretched over the windows, the small village green, and the old common well. A few of the townsfolk nodded to her, and she acknowledged them with a polite smile. Sarah was more exuberant, turning and craning her neck at the several young girls and boys she spied.
"Is there a school here?"
she asked. "I believe Mr. Hamilton mentioned it. Look, there's the Sadlers. Shall we go in there first?" They were not long at their errands, but at the bakery they were detained by the baker's mother, a gray-haired ancient perched in a window seat that allowed her to survey both the shop and the street with her eagle-sharp eyes.
"We all been wondering when one of the birds would return to their lands," she began, not waiting for an introduction. "I hope you're planning to take a Scotsman to your bed."
Olivia gaped at the woman in shock. Choking in dismay, the baker hurried forward.
"Ha' you no sense, old woman?"
He turned to Olivia, nervously twisting the front of his apron in his hands.
"She means no harm, miss, only that she hopes you'll consider marrying a Scotsman some day."
Olivia knew what the old woman meant. Nevertheless, her blunt words had taken her aback.
I have no immediate plans of that sort," she stammered.
The old woman's eyes swept over her.
"And why not? You're not so bad to look upon."
Olivia glanced from the forthright old woman to her horrified son, then clasped the basket of baked goods tighter against her chest.
"If you'll excuse me."
She could hear the baker chastising his mother while she fled the shop, and Sarah's giggles as the girl trailed behind.
"It's true, Livy, you're not all that bad to look upon."
"You had better button your lips, Sarah, for I can make your life miserable if you don't."
"What did I say?"
the girl asked, all innocence. Refusing to be drawn, Olivia shoved the basket onto the floor of the pony cart.
"Come on, let's go."
But Sarah did not move.
"Oh, my! Look who it is! Lord Hawke!"
She waved and started across the street, calling out to him,
"Lord Hawke!"
At once, the most inappropriate thumping started in Olivia's chest, as if her heart meant to lurch into a new position. It did no good to chastise herself for her reaction to his presence, nor Sarah for hers, for the damage was done. Neville Hawke looked up at Sarah's cry, and for Olivia the world seemed to tilt sideways. Then from behind his tall, imposing form, another face peeped, a small boy with raven black hair, and reality returned with an unpleasant jolt. It did not help that the boy's face darkened at the sight of Olivia. Holding the boy by his hand, Neville crossed the street to them and doffed his hat.
"Good morning, Miss Bird. Sarah."
"Hello,"
Sarah replied when Olivia did not.
"We haven't seen you in the longest time," she added. "Have you been ill?"
"No, just busy."
For a moment his gaze held with Olivia's, melting her insides with their penetrating heat. Then, noticing Sarah's attention on the boy, he tousled the lad's hair.
"Adrian, these are our new neighbors. Miss Bird, Sarah, may I present my nephew, Adrian."
"Your nephew?"
Olivia hadn't meant to blurt it out so rudely, nor with such incredulity in her voice. At her words, Neville's expression turned guarded.
"My late brother's only child."
"Oh, your brother's child,"
Olivia echoed as understanding slowly dawned. Understanding and relief. He was not Neville's natural son, but his brother's. That Neville was so forthright about their relationship was extremely generous, she realized, and most unusual. But then Neville Hawke was a most unusual man. She stared at him, struck by that one simple fact. He was a most unusual man. Recovering, she smiled down at the little boy, who would be fatherless, it seemed, except for the attention of his uncle. Her smile, however, was met with a fierce scowl from the child.
"My father was a baron," he announced, "just like my uncle."
Olivia nodded. Was it her imagination, or did the boy dislike her?
My brother's a viscount, Sarah retorted, picking up on the boy's belligerence.
He turned his brilliant blue eyes on her.
Girls don't count.
They do so.
Olivia caught Sarah by the arm even as Neville's hand came down on the boy's shoulder. "That's enough, Adrian," he said. Meanwhile, Olivia's warning grip on Sarah squelched any further retort from the girl. To Neville, she said, "I hadn't realized you had any family left." For once, there was neither challenge nor taunt in his eyes. "There are many things you do not know about me, Olivia." That quiet remark haunted Olivia all the way home. Their conversation with Neville and his difficult nephew had been brief, and they'd quickly parted. But that one remark and the unnervingly direct stare that accompanied it remained centered in Olivia's mind. She let Sarah handle the cart, as much to preoccupy the girl as to free her own thoughts to wander. As they turned along the river road, she stared across the bridge down the lane that led to Woodford Court, and past the cottage where young Adrian lived. Had the child's mother given the impression that he was Neville's son, or had Olivia made that assumption on her own? Given the child's ill-disguised animosity toward her, Olivia had to assume the former. The woman wanted Olivia to think the worst of Neville. But why? The answer was ludicrously clear. Two unmarried peers living side by side? No doubt any number of the tenants and villagers speculated on a marriage between the two of them. What had the baker's mother said? "I hope you plan to take a Scotsman to your bed." Already she'd come perilously close to doing that. It was plain that Adrian's mother feared Neville's interest in another woman. Whether the woman wanted Neville for herself or not, she could not like the idea of his marrying and siring children of his own, children who must become his heirs and usurp the place of his only other heir, her son, Adrian. Olivia stared blindly at the passing scenery for the rest of their short journey, hardly aware of Sarah's gay chatter. Mr. Hamilton met them when they pulled into the stables. "I believe most everyone has gone fishing, miss," he said as he helped them down.
Did Lord Holdsworth, go too?
Sarah asked, not hiding her dislike for the man. The steward shrugged. "I believe he must have. He ain't been around here."
Then I'm not going to join them.
The girl sent a sulky look at Olivia.
Let's go riding, shall we? We could have a good gallop over to Woodford.
"Not today," Olivia answered, already preoccupied with disturbing thoughts of Neville Hawke.
"But I'm bored."
Olivia shook her head. "I'm afraid you'll just have to entertain yourself. Look, there's Bones. Play with him. I'll be in my room if anyone needs me." Then she excused herself and made for the house. She needed time alone. She needed time to think. For something momentous had happened today, something very simple, yet it had altered everything. In the quiet of her plainly furnished bedchamber, Olivia went directly to her bureau and fished out her Matchmaker journal. Climbing into bed, she sat cross-legged and stared at the slender, battered tome. She hadn't written anything in it in weeks, not since her last notation about Neville back in Doncaster. She turned the book over in her hands but did not open it. She could have entered her thoughts about the self-centered Lord Holdsworth, or about James's friends, Justin St. Clair and Nicholas Curtis, but she hadn't. The thought hadn't even occurred to her, until now. She opened the book and began slowly to flip through the pages. How innocent her scribblings now read. How young and unworldly her words and observations. The pairing up of men and women was far more complex than she'd previously imagined. To so many in the town, wealth and family position were the major considerations. She'd always disdained those superficial qualities in favor of compatible personalities and interests, and had imagined her thinking quite superior.
But there had been a serious flaw in her reasoning, she now saw. A huge gap in her understanding of men and women. The power of physical attraction, the primitive urgings of desire, of lust, these could not be ignored. But could they make up for other differences? Other practical reasons why a man and woman might be ill-suited? No use to pretend her speculations were general in nature, for they were not. It was Neville Hawke on her mind. Neville Hawke and herself. But despite her new knowledge of the man and his relationship to young Adrian, there remained the fact that he was not the steady, predictable sort she'd always imagined she would wed. That their attraction was powerful could not be denied, and it seemed he might not have fathered a child outside of wedlock. But he was still a man of strong passions, too strong. Though he'd been careful, since they reached Scotland, not to drink in her presence, she feared his resolve could not last. The tragedies that drove him to the bottle had not disappeared. How could she ever be certain they would not drive him there again? Closing her journal, Olivia plopped back on her pillows and just lay there. She could hear Sarah in the forecourt playing with bones, and also the soft putterings of the several housemaids. Mrs. McCaffrey's voice drifted to her, and from farther away, Mr. Hamilton's. She yawned. At least those two were tolerating one another now. They'd been at each other's throats that first day. Some time later, Olivia awoke with a start to the sound of shrieks and a slamming door.
"I hate you!"
Sarah's furious cry reverberated through the upstairs hallway. Olivia sat up, her mind still muddled from her unplanned nap. What now? The girl's footsteps clattered down the uncarpeted stairwell, but in their wake other voices rose. "Good God!" a man cursed.
"Oh, dear!"
a woman cried.
"Oh, dear! Sarah! Sarah!"
Olivia swung her legs off the bed. That was her mother's voice. What on earth was going on? She no sooner burst fuzzy-headed into the hall than the answer became clear. Much too clear. The door to her mother's private chambers stood partially ajar. Augusta stood in the hall in front of it, struggling to don a wrapper over her delicate, nearly transparent chemise. That was a little odd, but not particularly troubling, given that their male guests had all gone fishing. Except that they had not all gone fishing. For behind Augusta in her bedchamber, hopping around on one foot as he tried to pull a boot onto the other, was Justin St. Clair. Not Archibald Collins, but the Honorable Justin St. Clair. For a moment, Olivia could only stand there gaping at the two of them. Her mother and Mr. St. Clair? Under Olivia's stunned stare, Augusta actually blushed.
"It's not what you—"
Her hand fluttered at her throat.
I can explain," she stammered.
She tried nervously to rearrange her loosened hair, but it was pointless. Then her paramour came up behind her, and she gave up any pretense of explanation. She dropped her face into her hands and began to cry. Mr. St. Clair at once wrapped his arms around her, and she turned gratefully in his embrace to direct her tears to his shirt front. It was such an intimate display that Olivia could only gape like a dumbstruck fool. Her mother, clad in her clinging wrapper, was weeping upon the chest of a man dressed in just his shirt sleeves, and in the middle of the afternoon. Had the world gone completely mad?
"Mother,"
Olivia began with some difficulty,
"what precisely did Sarah see?"
That made Augusta cry all the harder, forcing Mr. St. Clair to answer.
"I accept complete responsibility,"
he earnestly vowed.
"And of course I mean to do the proper thing by Augusta."
The proper thing? In a moment of complete absurdity, Olivia wondered if Mr. St. Clair hadn't already done the proper thing and pleased Augusta as properly as Neville Hawke had pleased her.
Oh, no.
She shook her head at such a wicked thought.
But I must,
Mr. St. Clair replied, misunderstanding her reaction.
I must wed her. It's only right. What is all this hubbub?
James' voice rose questioning from the first floor.
Good heavens!
Augusta shrieked. She dashed into her room. Mr. St. Clair stood there, plainly at a loss, when Augusta slammed the door shut. Olivia heard her brother's heavy footsteps mounting the stair.
Olivia? Mother? What's wrong with Sarah? She was crying and ran off.
James halted mid-sentence and mid-step when he spied the strange tableau in the upper hall. From Mr. St. Clair's obvious dishabille, James's gaze narrowed and swung to Olivia. His thick brows lowered in quick fury.
What in God's name? Olivia, are you mad? Justin,
his hands knotted into fists.
By damn, I'll kill you.
No, no! Olivia leapt between them. It's not what you think.
Not what I think?
He tried to shove her aside, but she clung to his jacket front.
First Hawke, he exclaimed. Now St. Clair.
It was Mother, she shouted. Not me, Mother.
What?
When he hesitated, Olivia took quick advantage.
Sarah must have barged into Mother's bedroom without knocking and found them together.
Together? With Mother?
For a moment, James was at a loss for words. Then his fury returned tenfold, and he glared past her at the unfortunate Mr. St. Clair. The man nervously cleared his throat.
I'm afraid so, but I mean to do right by her, he hurriedly went on. You needn't fear on that score.
Caught still between fury and shock, James stood there, mired in utter confusion. Olivia understood precisely how he felt. Then Augusta ventured from her room hastily dressed, just as Lord Holdsworth and Viscount Dickory came up the stairs. Alerted to the hubbub and not to be short-changed, the Skylocks and the Wilkinson women followed behind. Olivia wanted to chase them away, for she could just imagine what they were thinking. No sense missing any detail of what sounded like a shocking scandal unfolding in their midst. As witnesses, they would be in demand at all the parties back in town. This was the most delicious scandal in ages, something to bandy about for months to come. The beautiful Widow Dunmore discovered in flagrante delicto with the very wealthy Mr. St. Clair, a man several years her junior and a friend of her son's, and caught in the act by her 3 children. Fortunately, Mrs. McCaffrey appeared just then to hustle Augusta back into her room. James stalked off to the study, followed by Mr. St. Clair, after he had retrieved the rest of his clothing. That left Olivia to deal with the rest of their guests, and her patience was worn so thin as to barely support civility.
Well,
Henrietta Wilkinson huffed as Olivia herded everyone downstairs.
I can see this is not at all the environment for delicate young ladies.
She placed an arm around her daughter as if to shelter her from whatever other evils lurked in the rafters and corners of the house. Olivia gritted her teeth.
I understand completely. I will have the coach prepared at once. You can depart before supper time.
Before supper time?
The woman stared at her as if she were more shocked by the possibility of missing a free meal than by anything else.
I'll have the cook pack you a basket,
Olivia retorted, refusing to back down. She wanted everyone except family out of her house, and the sooner the better. She swung her slitted gaze on the 2 lords.
Will you ride in the carriage with the Wilkinsons and Skylocks, or will you take your horses?
Lord Dickory cleared his throat. I say, are you putting us out? Who would want to stay? Lord Holdsworth snapped. With such goings-on and in broad daylight, no decent person can wish to linger in this household. Indeed, Miss Bird, it behooves you and your sister to depart with us. Your brother is the only one fit to deal with this unfortunate matter.
Olivia glared at him.
I am not a person to abandon my family when it is in need. The fact that you are says plainly that my mother has selected a better man in Mr. St. Clair. Good day, Lord Holdsworth. I'll send servants to help all of you pack. The coach will leave in 2 hours. Sharp.
Those 2 hours passed in a bitter blur, for as fiercely as Olivia defended her mother to their haughty guests, she none the less was shocked by what had occurred. How could her mother have behaved so? But she knew how. Passion was a beast of extraordinary might, with amazing powers of persuasion. Hadn't she learned that lesson herself? She grimaced at the thought. Perhaps a better question was, how could her mother and Mr. St. Clair have been so careless? But again, she knew the answer, for hadn't she been even more careless? At least Augusta and Mr. St. Clair had not fallen upon one another outside, where anyone might have seen them. Olivia pinched her lips together, willing away the throbbing ache that had begun behind her eyes. Thank God no one had seen her and Lord Hawke together that day, for that would have been the ultimate humiliation. Poor mother. Then she thought of her distraught sister, and she stiffened. Poor Sarah. To come upon her mother and Mr. St. Clair that way. Where had the child run off to? Once the carriage rumbled away with the 2 obnoxious young lords riding alongside, Olivia let out a long, frustrated sigh. Good riddance to them all. She hoped the gathering storm clouds caught them and thoroughly soaked them, and that they all caught their death of cold. Really, Olivia, get a hold of yourself, she muttered as she turned back to the house. Rather than throw curses on their fair-weather friends, she needed to find Sarah. Then together they must go and speak with their mother. Inside, James stood in the study, his hands clasped behind his back, as he stared out at the departing carriage. "Well," Olivia asked, "is everything settled?" He looked tired when he turned to face her. Tired, but relieved.
"It's all arranged. St. Clair's to purchase a special license. I've sent him to take a room in the posting house in Kelso, for the time being."
He let out a sigh.
"Have you considered, Livy? We shall have a new father within the week."
A new father? Olivia shook her head, then sank into a chair. No, I hadn't thought of it that way, but I suppose you are right.
Damn me, but when I invited St. Clair to join us, I was thinking more of a connection between him and you, not him and Mother.
Olivia stared at him in mild reproof. That should teach you not to meddle, though I suppose I ought to feel slighted that he preferred her to me, she added. Fortunately, he's not my type.
No, but we both know who is.
He fixed her with a stern gaze.
I've been thinking, Olivia, that Mother and St. Clair are behaving as they ought. I mean, once caught, they have owned up to their responsibilities. Unlike you.
Olivia stiffened. I know what you're going to say, but you waste your breath. I will not be coerced into marriage by you or anyone else. All you would succeed in doing is tarnishing my reputation, and by association, Sarah's. Mother's behavior is bad enough, but think, James, who would wish to offer for the poor girl if both her mother and her sister have flirted with scandal? He frowned, but thankfully did not argue.
Speaking of Sarah, I suppose we'd better go have a look for her, he said. She seemed awfully upset.
He shoved his fists into his pockets.
Just how am I to explain all of this to her? She's only a little girl, and they—" He broke off, scowling. Olivia heaved a sigh, then pushed to her feet. "I'll find her, and I'll explain everything." "Everything?" The expression of relief on his handsome face was almost comical. Then, just as quickly, it darkened. "Everything? How can you explain everything? You don't know everything. At least you'd better not." Olivia pushed to her feet. "I know enough about what goes on between men and women to explain it to Sarah. I'm going out to find her," she added. "She's probably hiding somewhere up in a tree or in the stable loft. I'll find her and we'll talk, and then I'll bring her home." A roll of muffled thunder pierced the quiet of the room. "It's going to storm," James said. "That will bring her home. That and hunger." "I know, but she'll feel better if she knows someone is concerned about her. Don't worry, she can't have gone far." Chapter 24. The storm pressed the air down over the land, hot and heavy with threat. Olivia paused and lifted a damp lock of hair from her neck. She'd been searching for Sarah more than an hour, with no success. The stable, the overgrown orchard, the river banks. Now, on Goldie, she meant to search farther afield. "No," she amended as she guided the compliant mare into a ground-eating canter. She meant to go to the only other place she could think of that Sarah might run to. She was heading to Woodford Court. From the west, lightning flashed dully behind the heavy clouds, and after a few seconds, thunder rolled over the land. It would be dark before long, yet Olivia was undeterred. Sarah liked Neville Hawke. They'd seen him in town just a few hours ago, and his was the only other household Sarah knew in the area. All quite logical. Yet this nervousness, this clutching in Olivia's stomach, and the pounding of her heart as she approached Lord Hawke's estate was anything but logical. It was only her fear for Sarah's whereabouts that gave her the courage to go on, for she knew she could not avoid seeing him. If those brief moments in the village with him had shaken her to her bones, how was she to survive the coming interview? Between the bridge and Woodford Court, the wind began to rise. From warm and damp, she was swiftly cooled. By the time the handsome fortified house came into view, rain had begun to fall.
"Have you seen my sister?"
she called to the stableman before he'd even taken hold of Goldie's bridle. It was Bart, she realized, Lord Hawke's trainer. "Your sister, Miss Sarah, with the old dog?" The man nodded and smiled. "She's up the house, miss, with me lord." With me lord. Olivia stared across the yard and through the rain to the house, while the stableman led Goldie into the stable. She was already disheveled and damp, and though she tried to adjust her collar and cuffs, she knew it for a hopeless case. She must look a fright. By the time she reached the front door, she would be completely soaked as well. As if he sensed her dilemma, Bart pointed to another door nearer the stable. "That there is the kitchen door. Cook could get you dry, then bring you up to Lord Hawke, if you don't mind entering through the kitchen," he added. On her dash across the yard with a feed bag over her head, it occurred to Olivia that her friends among the ton would be horrified at such a scenario as she was playing out. Certainly her own mother had never made so inelegant an entrance into a peer's home. But since she was not trying to impress this particular peer, Olivia did not care. It might even put Neville Hawke off to see her so.
"My gracious!"
the cook exclaimed when Olivia burst out of the sharply angled rain and through the open half-door.
"I'm sorry, but the storm—"
Olivia removed the feed bag, noticing too late the oat seeds that clung to her damp hair.
"Don't worry yourself over that mess. I'm easily startled, that's all."
She studied Olivia a moment, then handed her a clean cloth from a stack on the open shelf of a side dresser. I'm Maisie Tillotson, at your service. I cook for Lord Neville. And you must be Miss Olivia Bird, from Bird Manor. You've come to fetch Miss Sarah home, am I right?"
"Yes, is she all right? Has she been any trouble?"
"No trouble at all, though the dogs raised quite a ruckus when they spied that bony pet of hers. As to how she is, himself has calmed her down."
The woman's round face creased in a smile.
"But then he's always had a way with creatures that are wild or unsettled."
Olivia shook out her skirts, then patted her ruined coiffure.
"Horses and little girls. Big girls, too. I was just preparing a tray for them."
The woman continued, ducking her head to avoid the shocked stare her words garnered from Olivia.
"Will you be wanting tea?"
And so it was that Olivia trailed after Mrs. Tillotson. Through the private back passages of Woodford Court they went, beneath ancient arches and past centuries-old leaded glass windows. The public hall was a grand, soaring space, and the back gallery provided a peek at the history of the family that had so long resided there. Blonde women, plump-cheeked little children, but every one of the men was raven-haired and blue-eyed. Olivia couldn't help staring. It was such a fascinating glimpse into Neville's life. When they arrived at his sitting room, however, Olivia's curiosity reverted to anxiety. Not only must she deal with Sarah's trauma, she must do so in Neville Hawke's presence. Resolving not to reveal the true state of her nerves, Olivia knocked, then opened the door so that Mrs. Tillotson could enter with the tray. She wasn't certain what she expected, but the scene that met her eyes was remarkable. Bones lay on the floor in front of an enormous Chesterfield sofa. When he spied them, he thumped his bony tail. Neville and Sarah sat side by side upon the sofa with a large book spread open across their laps. Their two dark heads were bent together over it.
"Shall I just set the tray on your desk?"
Mrs. Tillotson asked when the two did not look up from their studies.
"Yes, thank you, Maisie. See, here it is, Sarah, your great-great-great-grandfather on your father's maternal line."
Mrs. Tillotson smiled at Olivia, but she did not announce her to the intent pair. When the woman silently left, Olivia turned back to observe the sister she'd expected to find distraught, and the man she'd expected to find rattled by the presence of the temperamental little girl.
"My great-great-great-grandfather," Sarah repeated. "Why, he was born almost 200 years ago. That's even before the Civil War."
"Very good," Neville said. "It seems you've been paying attention to your lessons."
Sarah looked up, beaming at his compliment, and it was then she spied her sister.
"Livy!"
she cried. But her glad expression swiftly turned stormy, and she leaned back into the sofa.
"If you've come to take me home, I'm not going."
As if he were not at all surprised to see her, Neville regarded Olivia with dark, observant eyes. Then he gestured toward the tea tray.
"Would you mind pouring?"
Olivia nodded and without a word began that simple domestic task. Only it did not feel at all simple, not when she was doing it in Neville Hawke's home. She handed round the teacups, then set the plate of biscuits on a table near the sofa and seated herself carefully on the edge of a Hepplewhite armchair. Neville folded the big book away, and for a moment they all sipped their tea in silence. Despite her fractured nerves at having Neville's eyes upon her, Olivia knew she must address her purpose in coming.
"You should never have run off like that, Sarah," she began.
She glanced at Neville. Did he know precisely what had prompted her sister's flight? Probably. She took a deep breath.
"I know you've had a shock. Nevertheless, frightening all of us out of our wits is hardly the proper way to deal with it." "I hate them,"
the child swore, her face screwed up in a ferocious scowl.
"I hate them, and I'm not going to live with Mother any more. I want to stay here."
she finished, again pressing close to Neville's side. "You can't possibly stay here. Lord Hawke has been very kind," Olivia conceded. "But you can't—" "Not in his house? I mean in Scotland, with you at Bird Manor."
"So you're still planning to stay in Scotland?"
Olivia ignored Neville's question, for it somehow implied a connection with him, an intimacy she was not prepared to address. And anyway, how was she to respond? "Yes, I'm staying here. Against every measure of good judgment, I am staying near to a man from whom I ought to stay 100 leagues away." She set her teacup down with only a little rattle and spoke to the petulant girl. "You needn't live with them if you feel that strongly about it, Sarah dear. Besides, I suspect they will want to take a holiday after the wedding, if only to avoid any scandal which might slip out." She smiled sympathetically at her younger sister. "It will be all right, you know." Sarah's chin trembled, and she dashed her hands against her eyes.
"It will never be all right again. Never."
Then she began to cry in earnest. At once Olivia moved to the sofa beside Sarah and wrapped her arms around the child.
"I hate her,"
Sarah sobbed into Olivia's already damp bodice.
"How could she do that with him?"
Over the girl's head, Olivia's gaze connected with Neville's and held. It was a curiously intimate moment, but not like before. This was an intimacy not of the flesh, but of the mind, or, more accurately, of the heart. They were united in the aid and comfort of a child, just as parents might be. Olivia smoothed Sarah's tousled hair, but her gaze remained locked with Neville's. She'd so often thought his eyes turbulent and moody, but today, though dark, they were clear. If she stared long enough, she fancied she might see all the way down to the secrets in his soul. That she wanted to know those secrets was unsettling, but she was slowly coming to the realization that for all her doubts about him, there might be depths to him worth plumbing. Did she dare to take that chance? It was almost painful to maintain such a personal connection to him, and nearly as painful to break it. But there was Sarah to deal with, and the child had worked herself into a terrible state. "Sarah, Sarah, hush now," Olivia crooned, stroking the child's back and kissing the crown of her head. "You make too much of this. I know you must have been shocked to come across them together." She sent a guilty glance at Neville, then away. "But when you're older—" Again she trailed off, unable to explain to Sarah what she hardly understood herself. Certainly no one could have explained about the attraction between men and women well enough for her to truly understand. It was something a woman had to experience. Then Neville leaned forward, and with one large, square-tipped finger traced a tear track down Sarah's cheeks.
"I remember how terrified I was when my father died, Sarah. I was a grown man, and yet losing him was like the ground being pulled from beneath my feet. First my fellow soldiers had died, my friends in the war, then my father, and soon after my mother too. And just as I had begun to recognize how very much I loved my parents, my brother slipped away as well."
He caught another of her tears.
"I know how afraid you are now. So many changes in your life. But you have a family that loves you. You must never forget that, nor take it for granted."
He smiled down at her.
"Your father will always be with you, you know. It might help you to consider what he would want you to do."
Sarah lay very still in her arms, and Olivia could tell that the child was listening to his low, soothing words.
"Is that what you do?"
His face sobered, and he was slow to answer.
"My parents loved Woodford Court. It was the center of their world. So yes, I suppose that is why I work so hard to improve it. But I would give it all away, he continued more quietly, everything I own to have my family back again. The girl shifted.
You had that boy, your nephew. You still have him.
Again Neville smiled, and as he did, he raised his gaze to Olivia's. Yes, I have Adrian, and he is more special to me than I ever guessed a child could be. You've become special to me also. Olivia pressed her lips together, for his careful tenderness had raised a lump in her throat. He'd bared a little bit of his soul, she realized, and though his words were meant to comfort Sarah, his eyes spoke volumes to her. She could love this man. That understanding struck Olivia with a strange sense of certainty. Hard and scarred and arrogant as he was, she could easily love Neville Hawke, if only for the vulnerability he now revealed to her heartbroken little sister. Sarah sniffed.
So you think I shouldn't be angry with Mamma?
She turned in Olivia's arms so that she faced Neville.
But if you would just marry Livy, then I could live here with the two of you.
Olivia tore her gaze from Neville's, embarrassed by the child's bluntness. I don't think that's what Lord Hawke meant, Sarah. You know your father would want you to stay with Mother. She loves you very much. Sarah wiped one fist across her eyes.
I know, but she's going to marry that awful Lord Holdsworth now.
Lord Holdsworth? What has this to do with Lord Holdsworth? Olivia broke off as she finally understood. She pulled a little back from Sarah. It was not Lord Holdsworth you discovered with Mother. Sarah blinked and looked over at her.
It wasn't?
It wasn't? Neville echoed. Olivia felt heated color creep up her neck and into her cheeks. She did not like to reveal anything unflattering about her mother, but it was plain Neville knew all the sordid details, or at least as much as Sarah did. It was not Lord Holdsworth in her chamber. In fact, he and all the others have already departed Bird Manor. No doubt gone off to spread the gossip, she added bitterly. I probably should not have run them off so fast, but rather forced them to witness the marriage. Sarah tugged at Olivia's collar.
Who, Livy? Who was it?
Olivia gave her a crooked half-smile. It was Mr. St. Clair. The girl sat up straighter.
Mr. St. Clair?
Yes, Justin St. Clair. And since it appears he is to become your stepfather within the week, it behooves you to put yourself on better terms with him. Sarah digested that for a moment.
Mr. St. Clair.
She glanced at Neville, who raised one brow at her. In return, the girl gave a sheepish grin.
Oh, well, I suppose he's not such a bad sort.
She dried her damp eyes on her sleeve. Not like that awful Archie person. Justin St. Clair, Neville mused as the tension in the room began to ease. He chuckled. I wouldn't have credited the man with... He broke off when Sarah and Olivia both looked at him.
Credited him with what?
Sarah inquired. He cleared his throat. I wouldn't have credited him with capturing the heart of a woman like Augusta, he said, then smiled. Though he sat back on the sofa, the three of them were still very close together, and when he stretched out his arm along the back of the seat, his hand lay just a finger's width from Olivia's shoulder. I understand St. Clair keeps a sailboat at his estate on the Isle of Wight, he continued. You should pester him to take you sailing, Sarah. The child perked up.
A sailboat? Huh, maybe I will, for I've never been sailing. Anyway, that's the least he can do, given all the trouble he has caused.
Then she yawned and snuggled back into Olivia's embrace.
I'm glad you came after me, Livy. I'm sorry I ran away and gave you such a fright. but I'm glad you came to find me."
Over her head, Neville's eyes caught with Olivia's and held.
"I'm glad you came too,"
those deep-set eyes seemed to say, and she was glad also. For a long moment they sat that way, close upon the sofa, while the rain beat a lulling tattoo upon the window panes. Sarah yawned again, and Olivia felt the child's body begin to relax. It had been a long, exhausting day, and they still must return home. As if he sensed her thoughts, Neville said,
"You cannot go home in this storm, Olivia."
She averted her gaze. "We cannot stay the night here. Not when I am so fiercely drawn to you."
"Maisie is nearby, and also the housekeeper. Besides, you have Sarah. You're perfectly safe at Woodford. As safe as you wish to be."
There was no mistaking the meaning in that last, and it should have set her mind firmly against staying. But Olivia's mind was not working quite as it ought. It was still overwhelmed by the new truth of her feelings for Neville, and how terrifyingly deep they ran. In her arms, Sarah sighed and snuggled into a more comfortable position. Olivia smoothed a curl from the child's brow. Already she had dozed off, while the rain outside fell harder, as if in fierce determination to keep her there. Perhaps she ought to stay. When she did not object, Neville stood.
"I'll alert the housekeeper to prepare a room and send a rider to Bird Manor to let them know you're both here."
By the time he returned, Sarah was snoring peacefully, soundly sleeping in Olivia's arms.
"I'll carry her,"
he said, and lifted the child with no effort. Then he led the way up one flight of wide wooden stairs and down a dim carpeted hallway to a circular room faced with rough stone walls. It was obviously part of the old tower. Someone had already been there to light a lamp, and a small fire burned in the wall hearth. Neville laid Sarah gently upon the turned-down bed and removed the child's shoes.
"I thought it better for Sarah that you share a room."
Olivia nodded agreement. But even with Sarah there, standing in the small bedchamber with Neville beside her, set every one of Olivia's senses on alert. He was so tall and virile. Though casually dressed in the comfort of his own home, he remained every inch the imposing lord of the manor, strong, yet able to be gentle, and more compelling than any man she'd ever known. How could she not fall in love with him? He shoved his hands into his pockets.
"Can I send anything up for you? Something to eat or drink?"
"No, thank you." Silence stretched out between them. She trailed her hand along the edge of the bed. "I'll just tuck Sarah in." He nodded, then cleared his throat.
"If you don't mind, I would like to have a word with you after that. Outside."
He gestured toward the door. At once, Olivia's awareness of him increased tenfold. To be alone with him in any way was dangerous, and more so now than ever. That a long, stormy night stretched before them only exacerbated the situation. She'd succumbed to him in far less likely circumstances, and that was when she hadn't even liked him. Heaven knew what she would do now that she'd discovered these new feelings for him. But she did know. She knew exactly what would happen between them. I don't think that is wise," she said in little more than a whisper. One side of his mouth curved up in a wry grin, and he spread his arms wide.
"I promise not to touch you, Olivia. Not to come within 5 feet of you, if that is your wish."
"But it's not my wish. Quite the opposite." Ruthlessly, she squelched that thought. "Perhaps you ought to just say whatever it is you have to say here, now." He was slow to answer. He glanced first at the bed where Sarah lay, lost to sleep. The amber light from the lamp melded with the flickering glow from the fireplace to limn his face with gold. Olivia traced his profile with her eyes, marveling at the strong planes, the bold brow and straight nose, the curved lips and hooded eyes. He was beautiful in the harsh manner that was purely male, beautiful and dangerous and irresistible. Whatever he proposed, she knew she would be powerless to deny him. She should be stronger than that. The morals of a lifetime should provide her the ability to turn away from him. But she knew better. A kiss, an embrace, the wonderful, terrifying tumult of their last encounter, and on top of everything, she knew now that she loved him. Then he turned and fixed those moody blue eyes on her, and the breath caught in her throat. "I think, Olivia, that your sister's suggestion is a wise one." When she blinked, not understanding, he went on. "There is no sensible reason why we should not wed. I have held back on approaching your brother again, for despite your poor image of me, it is not my wish to harm you or humiliate you. But I hope you will reconsider your earlier decision. You have already admitted that you mean to remain in Scotland, and we both know the attraction between us is strong. I've seen that notebook you keep, and I know you have turned down any number of acceptable suitors." He took a step toward her, his eyes intent. "We are a well-matched pair, Livy. Neither of us is suited to town life. You will be happy here. I'll do whatever it takes to make you happy. Just say you will marry me." Olivia could hardly breathe. Marry him? That was hardly what she'd expected to hear after she'd turned him down so emphatically. She was prepared to be seduced. She should not be, but she was. In truth, she wanted to be seduced. But a proposal, as welcome as it was, none the less left her speechless. She'd been fighting the idea so many days now that it seemed astounding to actually consider agreeing to it. He closed the space between them so that she had to tilt her head up to meet his mesmerizing gaze. He overwhelmed her with his nearness, but he still did not touch her.
"Is the idea really so repugnant to you?"
he asked when she did not respond. He reached out a hand and with one finger stroked slowly down her arm, from shoulder to elbow, and down along her bare forearm.
"There is an attraction between us. I feel it. You feel it. You're feeling it right now, aren't you?"
"Yes." The word was a pitiful, strangled confession.
"Then marry me and we can explore the depths of that attraction. What you felt before was only the beginning, Livy, only the very beginning."
Olivia silenced him with a kiss. To his amazement and her own, she caught the front of his waistcoat in her fists, then pressed up on her tiptoes and proceeded to silence his words with a long overdue kiss. Chapter 25. Neville exulted at Olivia's sudden capitulation. She was his. He wrapped his arms around her. More than anything, he wanted to crush her to him, but he was careful not to hurt her. She was his. The refrain echoed in his head as he kissed her back. With her kiss, she gave him her answer. She would marry him, and he would keep her forever. But first he would make love to her. He would make love to her and bind her to him through the power of her passionate nature. So he accepted the offer of her seeking lips and straining body. She was sweet and soft, yet over-brimming with passion, and all of it for him. In return, he gave her all the passion he held so tenuously in check. He feasted on her mouth, kissing her hard, forcing her lips apart, and delving deep with his tongue. Questing, claiming, With rhythmic thrusts, he plundered her mouth while pressing her hips against his raging arousal. At last he would find relief from this aching need she raised in him. "Do you know how much I want you?" he whispered between kisses that bordered on the desperate. "Do you know how hard the wait has been?" But the wait was over. Without giving her time to answer, he swung her up into his arms, as he'd done with her sister. His purpose now, however, could not be more different. He was through the door and halfway up the old tower stairs before she reacted.
"Wait, Neville."
He paused at the first landing and feasted again on her warm, trembling lips until her caution was banished by desire. Then up the final flight of stairs he swept, up to his private chambers. There was no lamp burning in this room, however, no fire crackling upon the hearth, for this was not a room he frequented during the night. He might sleep by day in this place, but never by night. But then it was not slumber he aspired to this night. He set Olivia on the bed. Though loath to let her go, he wanted a light to see her by. With 3 sharp flicks of the flint, the tinder caught, and he lit a single candle. Then he looked down at her and felt the sharpest, most vivid pang of longing he'd ever known. In a lifetime of longing for things he could not have, saving his friends' lives, a little more time with his family, and peace, just one night of peace. In all that time, he'd never known such a pure and pervasive longing as he knew now. And he'd never been so close to getting what he longed for. He stripped off his waistcoat, watching as Olivia took in his every move. His shirt was next, and he saw her beautiful eyes widen. "Take off your bodice, Olivia. I want to watch you disrobe for me." A little gasp escaped her lips, but she complied. God bless her, she complied. He tugged off his boots and she removed her shoes. Then he stripped off his breeches and stood before her, clad only in his undergarments, and she froze. Her hands stilled on her lap, knotted in her skirts as she sat awkwardly upon his bed, staring up at him.
"Neville,"
she began, ducking her head.
I don't know how."
"I'll help you," he answered, and swiftly he untied the tapes and tugged her skirt from beneath her hips, her skirt and her single petticoat. He tossed them aside, then turned back to her. Clad only in her chemise, with arms and legs bare to his view, she was the most perfect woman he'd ever known. And she was his now. She always would be. "We'll marry within the week," he murmured reassuringly as he laid her back, then braced himself on his arms over her. The bed creaked as he knelt on the mattress. His muscles trembled from the effort it took not to fall upon her like a rutting stallion. "I'll speak to your brother and mother tomorrow."
"They will be much relieved,"
she replied. He lowered his head and lightly kissed her. When the kiss was done, she looked up at him trustingly. "Ah, but you should not trust me, sweet Olivia." That's what he should tell her. Only he was so near to having what he wanted from her, what he needed. He should send her back to the safety of her family before she found out what sort of man she'd married. But he could not. Instead, he let his weight come to rest part of the way on her. She let out a little shocked gasp at the intimacy of it, but she did not object. As he shifted his weight over her, using his body to stroke the entire length of her, their gazes remained locked. She was innocent of any man's touch but his. He knew. And yet she brought to that innocence a sensuality more potent than that of the most accomplished courtesan. She wanted him and also feared what he meant to do to her, yet she did not flinch away. He dragged his hot, burning body up along hers again, and this time her slender hands slid curiously along his arms. "Oh, my," she whispered. The breathy sound fanned the fire of his passion. Then she pressed a kiss against his chest, very near to his nipple, and Neville groaned out loud. He let his full weight down, pressing her into the mattress, then slid down, letting her feel the full heat and weight of his arousal. As he did, she kissed her way up along him, shoulder, throat, chin, and jaw, then caught his face between her hands and kissed him fully upon the mouth. When her tongue stole between his lips, it destroyed the last remnants of his control. He kicked out of his undergarments and tore her chemise roughly over her head. In the scant second before he came down on her again, he had a glimpse of pale, smooth flesh, of sweet curves of light and shadow. Her breasts, full and soft, were tipped with dusky nipples that he meant to lavish his attention upon. But later, he covered her with his body, his burning hot skin upon her cool, delicious flesh, and caught her face between his hands. If he did not make love to her now, he would die from the torture. "It may hurt a bit," he said, his voice hoarse with passion. "I'll try to be easy." She smiled up at him then, and it was the most beautiful smile he'd ever seen. It warmed him and soothed him and filled him with a feeling he could not describe. "I know you will," she whispered as he positioned his arousal in the warm V between her legs. "I love you, Neville. Oh." Her warm, throaty admission caught him by surprise, but Neville covered his shock with the physical act of possessing her. He thrust into her, then, when he met her virgin's barrier, thrust deeper still. Beneath him she lay very still, not even breathing, but only trembling ever so slightly. He was trembling too, but not merely from the power of a mighty passion held now on the brink of release. She'd said she loved him. Did she mean it? Did she understand what she just said? Did she have any idea? "Neville," she took a quick breath that seemed to release them both from this state of suspended passion. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice tight with strain. Her eyes were so wide, so huge, that even in the dangerous night shadows of his bedroom, all her emotions lay wide open to his view. Wonder, passion, love. He closed his eyes and, without waiting for her reply, began the slow rhythm that would bring him the relief he sought, and her as well. But he did not want to stare into those warm, loving eyes. He could bring her physical completion, but he did not want her to love him, not when he knew how undeserving he was of that love. From the very first he'd set out to seduce her. He'd convinced himself she could ease his pain, and so had ignored any qualm of conscience as he'd pursued her. He was a selfish bastard, but knowing that changed nothing. He wanted her, he had to have her, but he knew he did not deserve her love, nor could he ever return it. He'd lost that ability long ago. But give her pleasure, that much he could do for her. So he bent himself to the task at hand, the welcome task he'd pursued since the first moment he'd laid eyes on her. He would rouse her and give her a pleasure beyond anything she'd ever imagined, and in the process he would find the release he so desperately needed. As Neville began to move over her, Olivia felt the tightness begin to ease. She'd felt too full at first, shocked by the intrusion, overwhelmed by the excruciating intimacy. But now, with the slow pattern of withdraw and thrust, of heat and friction, her shock turned to wonder, and then to eagerness. So this was the wonderful, mysterious, whispered-about secret of men and women together. Her entire body seemed to swell and throb and join with the rhythm he created. Why had she resisted him for so long? To have him move over her, his powerful body focused so wholly upon her. There was nothing Olivia could compare it to. Her hands moved restlessly over his back and shoulders, sliding upon the taut muscles with their sheen of dampness. At once his movements quickened from careful to demanding.
"Oh, Neville,"
she moaned, unaware of her words. The feelings were so strong, increasing like a fire stoked and stoked and stoked again, so that it burned ever hotter, ever higher.
"Neville, Neville,"
she panted with his every stroke, and with every chant of his name he responded until they were racing together, body to body. Olivia was on fire. She felt too full for her own skin, as if she were about to burst right out of it and emerge an altogether different creature than before. The astounding thing was, she wanted that to happen. She wanted him never to stop. Never.
"Neville, Neville, oh, my love, oh!"
She felt more than heard his answer. He strained over her, every muscle in his powerful body centered on her, then pushed her over the edge. Olivia let out a helpless cry of utter capitulation and felt the explosion take her. It filled her, burst out of her, and enveloped him also, for he stiffened and let out a huge cry, then plunged deep inside her with a prolonged shudder. In the heated aftermath of that shattering moment, that glorious tumult, they lay together, collapsed together. So this was making love, Olivia mused in the foggy recesses of her completely sated mind. Sated mind, sated body. The very concept was foreign, and yet it was also exactly right. She sighed, and so did Neville, sinking them both deeper into the thick mattress.
"I love you,"
she murmured, reveling in the intimate press of his hard, heavy body on hers. It was a huge admission, and yet she knew it for the truth.
"I love you, Neville."
Slowly he rose up and propped himself to the side.
"Are you all right?"
Olivia smiled up at him.
"Yes. Oh, yes."
How could everything not be right after what they'd just shared? But Neville did not smile back. Instead, he rolled to his side and pulled her close, tucking her head beneath his chin. Though she could not see the expression on his face, she could feel the uneasiness in his body. She knew instinctively that this should be a moment of perfect peacefulness. But there was a tension between them, a tension emanating from Neville. Had she done something wrong?
"Neville,"
she began.
"Shh, listen to me, Olivia. Listen to me. We have to plan. Tomorrow you will inform your mother that we are to wed. I'll speak to James. He will be angry with me for what has passed between us, but in the main I believe he will be relieved."
"But, Neville,"
she struggled to rise to one elbow.
"You are right, but—"
She broke off when she met his wary gaze. Why should he feel wary now? But Olivia knew why. Ever since she'd confessed her feelings for him, he'd been uneasy, from her very first admission of love. The damp skin on her arms and shoulders prickled in the cool night air. She'd said she loved him, but he had made no similar reply. Could he wish to marry her and yet not love her? Though Olivia knew that was the way of most marriages, after what they'd just shared, she did not want to believe it possible for them. No matter that she'd always been the pragmatist in matters of marriage, she could not be pragmatic now. She loved him, and she needed him to love her in return.
"I love you,"
she stated, thrusting the words at him like a challenge. The words were out. The gauntlet was thrown, and in his eyes, Olivia saw him retreat from her. Like a cold wind, the truth of that retreat settled over her, and she shivered. At once he pulled her closer and tried to cover her with the tangled bed linens. "You love me? After all the times I've made you angry, you love me," he said, adopting a teasing tone. He rolled her over so that he lay between her legs once more. "You love me, or is it this you love?" Then he began to kiss her and caress her and rouse her as he had before. His lips were so clever, and his hands so adept, that had she not understood his motives, Olivia would have succumbed to the drowning pleasure of it all. He meant to bring her back to that high peak of excitement, that culmination of desire and love and forever, except that he brought no love to it. She did, but he did not, and so she struggled against the seductive pull of desire.
"Don't do that. Look at me."
She caught his head between her hands and forced him to face her.
"Listen to me."
"No."
Neville thrust Olivia's hands aside, capturing them above her head. She'd caught him by surprise with her words of love, and for a moment he'd been overwhelmed by panic. But he'd recovered now. He'd recovered and he'd regained control.
"No, Olivia. You listen to me. I know what you want from me, what you want me to say, but those are only words, meaningless words. What matters is that we are so well matched, in temperament, in interests, in attitudes, and we desire one another."
He moved his body over hers in a long, voluptuous stroke.
"We are well matched, you and I."
And he proceeded to prove it to her. It was not hard to rouse her to desire. She was a woman of strong passions, his Olivia, his Hazel, careful and analytical, yet brave and bold of spirit.
"She will need every bit of that bravery to deal with you."
That ugly truth raised beads of sweat on Neville's brow, but it only goaded him on. He plundered her mouth with his and felt her resistance slacken. He moved his lips and tongue to the attention of her breasts, lovely and soft, with their dark tips peaked in perfect arousal. He pulled one deep in his mouth and felt her groan of pleasure. She was alive with passion, quivering beneath him with it, and he quivered in response. Couldn't she see that he'd never cared so much for any other woman's satisfaction? Couldn't she understand that her pleasure magnified his own? Just the knowledge that he could make her writhe beneath him made him instantly hard. The fact that he could make her pant and cry out brought him nearly to completion. She made him feel like a green lad, randy and utterly consumed with her. Couldn't that be enough for her? He vowed to make it enough. He might be unable to love her as she wanted to be loved. His emotions had been too scarred by the past for that. But he could love her body and provide for her and keep her safe. So he bent himself to loving her body. He found every secret erotic place, the inner corner of her elbow, the tender flesh beneath her ear. He counted each rib with kisses and marked every hollow and curve of her waist and belly and hips. Down the smooth, warm legs, skirting her thrusting hips, ignoring her frantic pleas for him to join with her. He trained his horses with patience and care. How much more patience and care would he shower on this woman? With enough time and enough practice, she would learn to find that ultimate satisfaction from only his kisses, and that would be enough for her. She would not need those 3 overused words which meant less than the air used to expel them. Chapter 26. Olivia awakened alone in Neville's bed. She was not confused by her strange surroundings. She knew at once where she was. But where was Neville? A cool breeze ruffled the partially drawn draperies. Summer was done. Fall was in the air. Though the solitary candle had long guttered out, a half-moon pierced the storm clouds and lent a silver glow to the room, enough to reveal a chamber simply furnished and with little indication of its owner's complex personality. Olivia sat up and looked around, frowning. Perhaps the room's spareness told a story in itself, or a part of it. Though in some ways a man open and blunt, he nonetheless was a man of many secrets. He would share his life and his properties with her, but he could not share anything of his true self. Hadn't he just made love to her? Yet he'd not been able to say he loved her. Hadn't he brought her to his private chamber, yet he'd not remained to sleep beside her? Had he no emotions at all? Was he so devoid of any feelings save those of physical desire? Though she knew in her heart that was not entirely true, at the moment Olivia was hard-pressed to feel any charity for Neville. He'd made love to her, in truth, the last time he had seduced her. Then he'd abandoned her. From the moment she'd revealed her love for him, he had seemed almost to panic. His love-making had become frantic, desperate, as if he must prove something to her, or perhaps to himself. A cloud moved across the moon, casting the room into deeper shadow. She pushed her tangled hair away from her face. Where was he? She'd forgotten that he did not seem ever to sleep at night. So what did he do? Where did he go? Suddenly, a host of powerful emotions rushed over her, and hot tears rose unbidden in Olivia's eyes. Why could he not love her? What was so terrible about her that he could not feel as deeply for her as she had come to feel about him? She shifted, and the rumpled bed linens gave off the lingering scent of their union, increasing Olivia's misery tenfold. It was not fair. And if she could not bear his remoteness now, how could she bear a lifetime of loving him and not receiving his love in return? Could she be like her mother, loving a man she could never fully possess? With a corner of the sheet, Olivia dabbed away her tears. The truth was, she could not do it. No matter what had passed between them this night, for them to wed would guarantee her nothing but endless heartache. She had but to think of her mother and father to know that. Moving with unaccustomed stiffness, she slid off the bed. Her skirt and bodice lay in a pale heap on the floor, her petticoat draped like a ghost across a chair. She found her shoes and one of her stockings and managed to dress herself. She was conscious, however, of the changes wrought in her body, the soreness, the new fullness. But she had one thought only in her mind. She must find Neville and tell him they could not wed. Nor could she remain in his home any longer, for it was too painful. She knew, though, that running away from him would not bring her any real relief. He had somehow become a part of her, in a way no other man had ever done. They were connected on some plane that defied explanation, and they always would be. She stood on shaky legs and smoothed her skirts around her. She loved him, and she had made love with him. But now she must go. And if she should find herself with child by him? That gave her pause. But she recovered well enough, beating down any glimmer of joy at such a thought. She would face that problem when and if it presented itself. For now she must deal with a man unable or unwilling to love like a normal man. After a silent, nape-tickling search of the somber old house, Olivia found Neville in his study. He'd built a fire in the hearth, a huge, leaping blaze at odds with the pleasantly cool night. The logs popped and crackled, and the flames sent strange, mocking shadows across the room. Neville sat in a heavy leather chair with its back to her, facing the open windows, much as he had sat on that first night they'd met. He was sprawled back, his legs stretched out and one hand dangling over the arm of the chair. A half-emptied decanter of some pale liquor perched on the table beside him. An empty tumbler sat alongside it. Olivia pressed her fingers to her mouth. He was drinking again, sitting up all night alone, getting drunk. An ineffable sadness settled over her. Though she'd searched him out in order to sever their fledgling betrothal, she did not wish him ill. Certainly she would never wish for him all the miseries that went along with his drinking. Of late it seemed he'd been doing better on that score. So why had he reverted to his old ways tonight? Why had he left her alone in his bed to come down here and drink? Was it something about her? Or perhaps it was what she'd said about loving him. Heart-sore, she stared at him, not certain what she ought to do. Then he said something, mumbled words she did not understand, and her heart sank further still. He sounded completely drunk. Angry, upset, and inexplicably sad. Olivia crept further into the room and around the chair until she saw him. His head was tilted to one side and his hair fell in rumpled disarray across his brow. But there was no odor of liquor about him, she realized. She cocked her head, staring at him. Was he merely sleeping? Her heart began a hopeful rhythm as her gaze darted from him to the glass, the dry glass, which held no remnants of liquor in it. He was not drunk at all. He'd only fallen asleep in his chair. His dark lashes shuttered his eyes, and though he was every inch a virile man, in that moment there was an innocence about him, as endearing as it was unsettling. For a long moment, Olivia simply studied him, recalling another time when she'd watched him sleep. He'd looked peaceful then, and so much younger. Not a man beset by demons of the night, but a man strong and vulnerable all at one time, a man who had entranced her. Was it on that day in the carriage that she'd first begun to love him? In the silence of his study, it took every bit of Olivia's resolve not to take him by the hand, kiss him awake, and lead him back to bed. But that way would lead her only to heartbreak, for he did not love her. No matter how much she loved him, she couldn't force him to love her in return. Her mother's experience with Cameron Bird was proof of that. "But your heart is going to break anyway," she whispered the words out loud. "It's breaking right now." As if he heard her, Neville frowned, then shifted in the chair. Olivia shrank away from him. She should leave now while she still had the strength. At least she should go to Sarah and wait out this long night with her. She started for the door, but just as she reached for the handle, Neville mumbled again, words she could hardly understand at first. "So tired. Be careful. Don't sleep. Don't fall asleep." Olivia turned, frowning, to look back at him. Was he dreaming? "Watch out! No!" He jerked upright in the chair so violently that Olivia flinched back against the door-leaf. "Macklin, look out!" he cried in a voice laced with unspeakable pain. "Simpson, behind you! No, no!" This time he lurched to his feet. Olivia could see his body trembling as if he were terrified. Then he suddenly was racked by an even more violent shudder, one that must have shaken him awake. Even though he faced away from her, toward the window and its view of the night, she sensed he no longer slept. With an anguished groan, he bowed his head and just stood there, the heels of his hands pressed tight against his eyes. "Oh, God," he murmured, swaying slightly. "Oh, God, make it stop." At that heart-rending utterance, tears sprang into Olivia's eyes. So this was why he feared to sleep. This was the nightmare that haunted him. His friends dying in a war while he survived. Did he blame himself? She knew he did. He stood silhouetted in the dark window, the very image of misery. She wanted to go to him and took the first step forward, but when he turned halfway around and, spying the decanter, reached for it, Olivia froze. He lifted the vessel up and slowly, slowly removed the stopper. "Don't!" Olivia wanted to cry. "Don't!" But it was not her place. Somehow she knew that. She could not doubt the depths of his misery, but she understood instinctively that how he dealt with it was his decision. Only his. If Neville chose the stupefaction of drink, no one could stop him, especially not her, a woman he would not, or could not, love. But knowing that, Olivia still could not abandon the room. She watched as his swaying figure steadied. She watched as he raised the decanter to a level even with his face and stared at the amber liquor swirling behind its cut crystal facade. The firelight glinted through the decanter, painting him with golden color. Like a sinister rainbow, the gray shadows, the flickering firelight, and the golden allure of the liquor fell in bands across his unhappy face. Olivia realized she was holding her breath. She pressed the knot of her fists against her mouth. "Please, Neville, you will never find happiness that way." Hadn't her father been proof enough of that? Then he shuddered, and with a sudden jerky movement, heaved the crystal decanter at the hearth. Olivia leapt at the shattering sound, then gasped when the liquor burst into bright flame. Like a living creature, it licked up the face of the mantel and across the slate floor toward Neville's booted feet. Neville looked up at her gasp, belatedly discovering her presence. But he wasted no time. He snatched up a small carpet and threw it over the flames, then stomped on it until the fire was completely smothered. In a matter of seconds, it was over, all but the smoke and the reek of burnt alcohol and wool. When he lifted his head, his face was so haggard Olivia wanted to weep. Was it the battle with the liquor, or the nightmare, or was it her? "You saw it all, didn't you?" His voice was low and hoarse. She nodded. He did not want her to see him at his weakest moment, and in truth she would not have chosen to do so. But now that she had... Olivia blinked her eyes. She could not explain it, but now that she had seen him afraid and vulnerable, it made her all the more confident of his strength. Though paradoxical, the truth shone through clear as sunlight. He was so much stronger than he knew. She took a deep breath, shaking off her fear. "Neville!" "No." He shook his head slowly. "You needn't say it. You will want to renege now on our marriage agreement, and I will not fight you. You said from the first that I would make no one a good husband, least of all you, and now you have the proof." "But it's not true," she protested. "Don't." He held his hands up as if to fend off her approach. "You don't know me, Olivia. You don't know what a wretched excuse for a man I am. In an attempt to find some sort of peace, I have ruined you. I thought making you mine, making love to you, marrying you, I thought it might bring an end to these nightmares that haunt me." His eyes closed and he gripped his head between his hands. "But it hasn't. It hasn't." He opened his eyes, and the misery Olivia saw there nearly broke her heart. "I don't deserve you." he went on in a low, tortured voice.
I cannot undo the wrong I have done you, Olivia, but I see now that making you my wife would be an even greater wrong. For you to marry me would be the biggest mistake of your life. You deserve better.
It was awful to hear those words of his. Awful to hear them, but even worse to know that he believed them. She shivered and wrapped her arms around herself, but she did not turn away, for she knew with a bone-deep conviction that he needed her. He'd thought making love to her might cure him, and it plainly had not. But being loved by her, and loving her in return, that was where happiness lay. She was convinced of it. It was the only place either of them would ever find contentment. But first he had to accept her love and trust her with the truth of his nightmares, to cleanse himself of whatever guilt he suffered. "Nightmares or no," she began, "I intend for us to be wed, Neville. Nothing that has occurred tonight has changed my mind on that score." He hunched his shoulders against her words, reminding her of a bear-baiting she had witnessed as a child. The great beast had understood its role, and, though wounded by the first several dogs, had girded itself for more of the same. It had been a hideous spectacle, and she had run away in tears. But she would not run away this time. This time she would stay, for this was her wounded bear of a man, and she meant to help him patch the bleeding scars on both his heart and his soul. "Do not try to warn me away," she said, starting purposefully toward him, "for I am quite determined to have you for a husband." He stared at her through wary eyes. "I cannot let you do that. You don't know what you're letting yourself in for, Livy." "No, for the first time I do understand. In the beginning I thought you merely a charming ne'er-do-well, a man to whom I should feel no attraction, but unfortunately did. But I have come to know you better, Neville. Slowly but steadily, and often against my will, I have come to know you." She stopped less than an arm's length from him. "Please give me the right words to say," she prayed. She took a deep breath. "First, I discovered a superior horseman who maintains an impeccable stable. Then I discovered that you are a good landlord to your tenants and workers, fair to them and just as hard-working as they. I will confess that at the time I did not want that to be the case. But now I am glad. You are a good man, Neville, and most important of all, you have proven yourself to be a caring uncle, and tonight a man uncannily kind to a heart-sore little girl." His lips thinned in an unhappy half-smile.
"How quickly you forget the man who insulted you and who tried repeatedly to seduce you."
Soberly, Olivia shook her head. "No, I haven't forgotten that man, though I admit I do not understand him. Why, when you are so kind to everyone else, have you always been so troublesome with me, so challenging to everything I said or did?" She caught a glimmer of light in his dark, troubled eyes.
"Because you are such a worthy opponent."
A smile began on Olivia's lips, but it quickly faded when a distressing thought intruded. "A worthy opponent," she echoed. "But there are no more battles to fight, Neville, not with me nor with yourself, and most certainly not with the men who haunt your dreams." At that remark, the spark in his eyes snuffed out and he turned away.
"Those men."
He hesitated, and she knew he struggled with his words.
"Those men will never leave me. They will haunt my life, my nights, forever. I thought I could be rid of them, but I cannot."
The defeat in his voice made Olivia's heart ache in her chest. Her mind spun searching for the best way to address this blight upon his life. "Remember what you told Sarah this evening, that she has a family that loves her and that she should never take that for granted. You also said that her father would always be a part of her and that she ought to think about what he would want her to do. That was such good advice, Neville, and it brought her so much comfort. But you should follow that advice, too." "I do. I keep up Woodford Court in their memory, though it sometimes—" "I'm not speaking of what your parents would want you to do. I mean your friends. Those soldiers who haunt your dreams, the men who died alongside you." His face had grown haggard with emotion, and the sight brought a huge lump to her throat. I think, Neville, that they would want you to remember the lives they had, not agonize over the lives they might have had. I don't believe they would want you to feel such guilt for surviving when they did not. They would not want you to turn away from living the life given you. If nothing else, live your life for them." Neville stood there, hardly able to look at Olivia. She was being so kind, so incredibly careful of his feelings when he deserved no such consideration. Most unbelievable of all, she still wanted to marry him. Despite having witnessed his gruesome nightmare, his weakness and fear, she still vowed to marry him. Him, a man who would never sleep a night at her side. A man small-minded enough to seduce her for his own selfish purposes. All his plotting had paid off, and yet victory now tasted bitter upon his tongue. She deserved so much better than the likes of him. He'd done her a huge disservice when he'd seduced her. A better man would let her go. He'd never been as strong as he should be. He'd always fallen short. But not this time. For once he would truly be brave. He would finally reveal to someone, to her, the person he most cared about, exactly what he'd done. The whole truth of his shameful, craven nature. As he lifted his head to face her, a terror as fierce as that of impending battle settled over him like a heavy, smothering blanket. "You don't know the whole of it. Nobody does." Then he began. "At Ligny we faced a fierce enemy." In the long pause that followed, he said, "And the British forces prevailed." "We prevailed." His throat was dry. It was painful to talk. But too many died. I fell asleep," he blurted out. At her quizzical look, he rushed on. "I had the watch, Macklin and I. We'd been up for days, everyone had, snatching naps when we could. But it was quiet that night." He drew a shaky breath. "Macklin dozed off. I knew it, but I decided to let him sleep, at least for a little while. But then He broke off. His heart was racing, beating a hole in his chest as he recounted the horrors of that fateful night. "I fell asleep, just for a moment." "No," he amended, "that's not true. I don't know how long I slept. I'll never know. But it was long enough." He closed his eyes. "It was long enough that the French forces were able to surprise us." He started shaking. He tried to control it, but he could not. "They surprised us, and the men, my friends." Again he broke off, unable to go on. 4 years gone, yet the horror of it was as fresh and hideous as ever. And the guilt continued to grow. "But, Neville, everyone says you were a hero at Ligny, that you saved so many of your men. If not for you—" Her voice startled him, for in the midst of his misery he'd nearly forgotten her presence. How he wanted to turn to her, to reach out for her and hold on to her like a lifeline. But she could not save him from the truth of his past. No one could. Yes, they say I am a hero, that I fought like a man possessed. He laughed bitterly. Well, I was a man possessed. Perhaps I still am. Because for every man I am said to have saved, another— Again he faltered. It hurt like a physical pain to admit such awful truths, but he bowed his head and forced himself on. They say I am a hero, but that is only part of the truth. I saved a few, but I let those others down. I let all those other men down. A silence filled the room, ugly and damning. Then Neville felt a touch upon his arm. She should be repulsed by his shameful admission, but instead she had moved even nearer and laid her hand upon his sleeve. It is hard for me to imagine you deliberately letting anyone down, Neville. I think that is one of the reasons I wish to marry you. Your every ambition seems to be for the benefit of others, not for your pleasure or gain, but for someone else's, for your tenants, for your nephew, for me. Her hand slid up and down upon his wrist in a soothing fashion. And for your fellow soldiers. You would have given your life for them, I suspect. He shuddered. It would have been better if I died alongside them. I wanted to die with them. But you didn't. You didn't die with them or for them. So maybe instead you are meant to live for them. Please, Neville. Her voice softened to a whispered plea. Choose to live. Choose to live. He looked down at her serious face turned up to his in entreaty. If you are afraid I might deliberately end my life, I promise you, Livy, that I will not. I've thought about it, but, coward that I am, I've never been able to follow through. She shook her head. That's not what I meant at all. I mean, choose to live for them, Neville. Live the life of good purpose that those men cannot now live. Live as they would want you to, and be the best man you can be as an honor to them. He heard her words, and a part of him wanted to embrace them. It would be so simple, and the very least he could do for them. But he was afraid of the night and the dreams they held, and the overwhelming guilt they dredged up when he could not fight back. As if she sensed his fear, Olivia moved in closer, circling his waist with her arms and resting her cheek against his shoulder. You are a much better man than my father ever was. I am ashamed that I ever compared you to him. He wrapped his arms around her, because at that moment he needed to hold her, to crush her to him with more force than he should. It could be that Cameron Bird was not nearly so bad as you believe. I'm afraid he was, but he doesn't matter to me. He's my past. You're my future. She gazed up at him. I love you, Neville. You don't want to hear that, she went on when he stiffened, but I love you just the same. It's time to leave the past behind and get on with your future, our future. He stared down at her, down into the hazel-colored eyes that had captured him from the first. How can you be certain about the future we'll have? She smiled then, a beautiful smile, so trusting that he felt it all the way into his heart. I'm not. For so long I tried to be careful and to analyze everything, everyone.
I thought if I picked just the right man, I could keep my life calm and uncomplicated and plan out my whole future. I suppose I thought I could control it. But then you came along and turned my life upside down. I'm not certain at all of the future, Neville, but I am certain that I love you and that I want to spend my future with you. You're the right man for me, the only man."
In her beautiful hazel eyes, the truth of her feelings shone, and it warmed Neville to the depths of his shriveled, tarnished soul. Like the rising sun always rescued him from the terrifying night, her love, given without regard to her own needs, was rescuing him from the dark night of his past. Did he dare accept the love she offered him? Could he ever give to her as much as she'd already given him? Then, like the saving light of dawn touching him with infinite grace, he suddenly understood. To love her in return was all she wanted from him, just to love her, and she was willing to wait for that love to come. Only there was no reason to wait. "Livy," he faltered, for powerful emotions filled his chest and clogged his throat. "I love you. God." He crushed her to him. "I love you. I love you." Then he kissed her, really kissed her, with honesty and love and absolute truth. "God, how I love you."
"Oh, Neville."
Only when he felt the sweet dampness of tears upon her cheeks did he draw back.
"If you will have me, Livy, then I will marry you. I choose you. I choose life."
She laughed, the most beautiful sound he'd ever heard, then reached up on tiptoes to kiss him fully on the mouth.
"And I choose you. Come, let us go back to bed, Neville, for I wish to sleep in your arms and have you sleep in mine."
Before he could protest, she added, "We shall conquer the past. You'll see." He glanced beyond her to where the shards of the decanter lay. He'd already chosen to fight the lure of drink and the false relief it gave. He'd done it because he knew he could not have her any other way. Now it was time to fight the rest of his demons, to choose to truly live again. If she was willing to fight that battle alongside him, then so must he be. "Yes," he said, smiling down at this amazing woman who had saved him with the bright, shining light of her love. "Yes, I want to lie down and sleep beside you, my Olivia, my wife." Then he scooped her up and headed for the door. There were 3 hours until the dawn, enough time to make love to her again, then time to sleep beside her and dream of a future he'd never thought to find. Epilogue. Woodford Court, 1821. Olivia came awake with a start. The mewling cry came again, so faint and breathy that it should not have disturbed her sleep. But she had the heightened senses of a new mother now, and at little Catherine's first cry, Olivia's slumber had fled. She pushed the bedclothes aside and slipped from the bed, careful not to disturb Neville. He'd been working long hours of late, what with the sheep shearing underway and the new weaving shed finally in full production. Add to that his utter fascination with his dark-haired baby girl, and it was plain he needed his rest. Dawn would come soon enough to waken him, she decided. Already the sky beyond the open window showed the first pale streaks of the approaching day. "Come to Mama," she murmured as she scooped up the carefully swaddled child. With newly acquired skill, she replaced her baby daughter's damp cloths, then settled with her in a large chair that faced the window. "My, but you're a hungry little thing. she whispered as little Catherine rooted instinctively for her mother's full breasts. She opened the front of her gown, then with a pillow to prop her arm, settled back to nurse the child that had taken 3 years to come. If heaven could be found any place on earth, it was here in this room with her husband and her child, and the sun rising over a peaceful countryside. She sighed, a sound of happy contentment, which Neville, awake now in their bed, completely understood. He'd slept well, a happenstance which, though commonplace these days, still managed to sometimes amaze him. It had been ages since he'd had his old nightmare. He shifted to his side, just enough that he could see his wife and their new baby, but he did not alert Olivia that he was awake. For a few minutes he wished merely to look upon her, to gaze upon the woman and child who had become the center of his world. Though they were little more than shadows silhouetted against the paler gray of the window, he saw every detail that mattered. For love radiated from the woman sitting in his big old chair. Love, warm and nurturing and forgiving. Love that never ran dry, that expanded and grew until he finally had come to believe it would never disappear. He listened to her soft humming as she held their child to her breasts. He'd thought he might feel jealous of the time she lavished on Catherine, but to his astonishment he felt more bound to her than ever, to both of them. That Olivia was a wonderful mother did not surprise him. She'd long ago turned Woodford back into a home, just as she'd turned him into a contented husband. Most of all, she'd healed him with the gentle power of her unwavering love. She murmured some sweet nonsense to the baby, then shifted Catherine to her other breast. "I love you so much," she crooned, "so much." "And I love you both." She was smiling when she turned her face to him. The early dawn shed enough light now for him to see the slope of her cheek and the curve of her lips. "Did I wake you?" "I reached for you and you were gone. Come back. Bring Catherine with you." "All right then, but only for a little while. We have a busy day ahead, for Sarah is to arrive this morning and Mrs. Hamilton has an elaborate luncheon planned." "With Sarah here to entertain her new niece, maybe we can find a few more private moments for ourselves," he said, settling the coverlet over the 3 of them. He nuzzled the side of her neck, kissing the spot where he knew she was most sensitive. Olivia giggled. "That would be nice." "Indeed it would." He blew softly, suggestively in her ear. "And I bet if I put a little effort into it, I could give you something very nice to write about in that journal of yours. Lord H., a man of remarkable talents and incredible stamina." At that, she laughed. Neville laughed too, filled with such joy and peace he could hardly believe it. Even though it was not unusual for him to feel that way, he nonetheless luxuriated in the pure happiness of that moment. As he lay there with his wife in his arms and their beloved child nestled between them, it occurred to him that his life could not be any better. He could deal with whatever trials and tribulations lay ahead and be content no matter what happened, just so long as Olivia loved him. For the past 3 years had proven one thing to him. Olivia might not be the perfect matchmaker, but she was his perfect match. We hope you've enjoyed The Matchmaker, an Oasis audio production. Text copyright 2001 by Rexanne Becnel. Production copyright 2021 by Oasis Audio, under arrangement with Open Road Integrated Media, Incorporated. Oasis Audio titles are available wherever audiobooks are sold and on our website, oasisaudio.com. audiobook.com.